I'd like to call this Council Committee meeting to order. Councillor Flagg, would you provide us with the land acknowledgement, please?
My pleasure, Your Worship. We acknowledge that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Adirondack, the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements such as the dish with one spoon between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agreed to share the abundance of land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. The two row wampum by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed the settlers and agreed to share the land in mutual respect, and the Treaty of Niagara, considered to be a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility to be stewards of the land in cooperation and collaboration with the Indigenous people, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of the Indigenous people, and seek opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in a land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, the roll call, please.
Your Worship, all members of Council are present. I will note that Councillor Noyes is participating virtually.
Thank you. And I'm going to acknowledge that we have some athletes and coaches and support staff for the Fort Erie International Academy 2026 Ontario Scholastic Basketball Association Championship here. We're going to be recognizing them shortly, but before I get there, a couple of references to changes to the agenda. Got an addendum that moves to the consent agenda, a couple of reports. LLS 03-2026, which is the use of corporate resources for election purposes policy review, and a memorandum with respect to Niagara Transit and its update for service. We have an additional presentation and delegation under Planning, Building, and Bylaw Services. That's Justine Giancola, who's going to be speaking about the community planning permit system and urban design guidelines. But we're removing Jim McCaffrey, the manager of Bylaw Services, with respect to a delegation he was going to make. There's an amendment with respect to the town's tree bylaw, and that revised report and appendices are now part of our agenda. And then there's the addition of a response to the provincial proposal on regional governments, which is a resolution that I'll be presenting, and that will be under corporate and community services. I want to go to the announcements next, and I just want to announce that next week, April the 22nd, is Earth Day. Already there have been some groups and individuals in our community that have been taking the initiative to try to start cleaning up some of the areas in our community along the sides of roads, in our parks, trails, several other locations. And the town of Fort Erie will facilitate anyone who wishes to participate in a cleanup in the town. We will provide you with gloves and garbage bags. We'll make arrangements to pick up the garbage if you indicate the location where you're doing the cleanup and the day that you're going to be doing that in the approximate time. There have already been a number of groups that have registered. Some will be on Earth Day, some will be on other days. As an example, my family and some of our friends are going to be doing a cleanup in several locations on Sunday, April the 19th. So we encourage everyone to get involved in that. We have a lot of people that are very interested in making this a clean, tidy, and neat community. We have a few people who don't understand that, and so we're going to try to, over a period of time, change that psychology and make sure that everyone takes pride in the home, because we live here. When people come to visit us, it's like guests coming to our community, so we need to put our best foot forward. I wanted to congratulate the members of the Fort Erie Meteors Junior B team, which took St. Catharines to the 7th game in overtime. They lost, unfortunately. It was a 7-game series. 5 of the 7 games went into overtime. The only game that was really lopsided was one that Fort Erie won here, 4-1. The rest of the games were extremely tight, very evenly matched teams, and again, the Fort Erie group gave an excellent effort in trying to continue their season. They should make everyone in Fort Erie proud, and I want to congratulate the coaches and their staff and all of the players for another excellent season. I did make reference briefly to Fort Erie Transit. The town currently has microtransit or on-demand service throughout the town. That's going to change from Town Hall to the east. There will be a new bus route, Route 751, and that starts on April the 27th, so later this month. Route 751 was built using Niagara Transit Plus trip data, which helped identify how people in Fort Erie already travel for everyday needs like getting to work, going to school, and appointments. The new route provides a dependable hourly schedule for local transit travel, giving residents bus service that they can count on to be picked up when they need to be picked up and taken to where they need to go on time. The route extends Regional Route 22, which is the bus that goes between Fort Erie and Niagara Falls, supporting local travel within Fort Erie while connecting to the broader Niagara Transit network. There will be some information sessions that Niagara Transit will be conducting to help residents learn more about Route 751. Those are tonight at Crystal Ridge. Sorry, that was earlier today, Crystal Ridge, 9:30 a.m. to noon. But Wednesday, April the 15th at Stevensville Memorial Hall from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. and at the Centennial Library on April the 16th, Thursday, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. I've asked for a further information session to be held at this end of the town because this is the area where people will be utilizing the bus service, and so they need to make sure that they're familiar with how that's going to operate. And then finally, the announcement with respect to the 2026 OSBA champions. We have here a select and very talented group of young men and their coaches who had another extremely successful basketball season. They finished first in the North Pole Hoops League, which is their private school league, with a record of 10-0. They finished second in the OSB during the league, but then they won the championship. Their record during the year was 14-3. That's the Ontario Scholastic Basketball Association League. They finished third in the grind session with a record of 9-5, and that's where teams from across North America play each other, gives an opportunity for scouts to get a look at the talent that's on display, and ends up providing some of these athletes with good opportunities to further their education or end up playing professional ball. And I'm advised that Eli Jolan, one of the members, was a first-team all-conference in the championship and is off to Santa Clara University. And Anthony Ponga will be going to Cal State Fullerton University. In the championship, they beat Cambridge School in the quarterfinals, and they beat Royal Crown in the semifinals, and then they defeated their arch nemesis, Ridley College, in the championship game on March 8th, 2026. Promise Nlandu was named Finals MVP and second team All-Conference and is off to George Washington University. And Dangor was a first team All-Conference selection. We have some certificates that we'd like to present to them along with a town pin. And so I would ask Councillor McDermott if you would help me do that right now. So this is the time of year when I realize how vertically challenged I am. Okay, so some of these players aren't here. I understand that Adam Alahibakas, Eli Jolan, Thomas Nlandu, Anthony Ponga, Pierre-Charles Yimga, and Lucas Zhang are not here. I think all the others are here, although I'm not sure, is Gael Bilodeau here? Yes. Okay. In terms of the staff, Nick Tamburi, Kayla Vandekamp, Caleb Lavoie, and Ken Valena are not here. The last one was a videographer. Caleb and Kayla are trainers, and Nick is the strength and conditioning coach. I'll use a little bit of that here. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to call up the players, and as your name is called, please come up. First is Totu Akwantak. Thank you very much. Do You have to step back to get us both in the picture. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
It's good to start out that way, eh? That's good. Make it bigger.
And here's,
Thank you very much.
congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'm guessing they don't get taller. Gail Bilodeau. Congratulations. I guess I misspoke. Here you go, Gail. Congratulations. Tanya Lee. Congratulations. You have to be a guard. Congratulations. You're welcome. Tristan James St. Louis. Holy.
I wonder if the trade bylaw covers this guy.
What are you guys eating for breakfast? Congratulations. Junior Jean-Marie.
Thank you.
You're more my speed. You're welcome. Congratulations. Good luck. Dang Nagore.
Thank you very much.
Dean. You're welcome. Congratulations.
Appreciate you guys.
Oh, we appreciate you. Congratulations. And Jacob Walker. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now the head coach, Cami Aussie. Oh, jeez. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
We're going to get all of you to come back here and we'll get a group photo before you go. Okay? Thank you. The assistant head coach, Steve Houston. Congratulations, Steve.
Thank you. Thanks again, guys.
Sure you're not on the hockey team?
Oh, I wish. These guys are towering over us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Assistant coach, Darnell Landon.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Coach Devontae Campbell.
Appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. And trainer Matthew Brown. Okay, now, you stay here. Can the rest of you come down and we'll just get a group photo?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tall guys in the back.
I'll be at the front.
Yeah, we're at the front. They'll be able to see you over us.
Yeah.
No problem.
Don't go.
Yeah, you come in too.
They know.
Future Fiat champ.
George said they were his bodyguards.
We'll get the back of your head.
Between you and I, we're figuring this out.
Okay, so that takes care of the announcements and the presentation. So if you folks wish to leave, you may do that. We've got a couple of public meetings. We're going to be here for a while this evening. But thank you again for coming out, and thank you for another excellent season and for raising the profile of Fort Erie. So that takes us to declarations of pecuniary interest, and Councillor Flagg, I understand you have one?
I do, Your Worship. 9.2.1, I was a former business partner with the applicant.
Are there any other declarations?
9.2. Okay.
And Mr. Patton, I can't tell whether Councillor Noyes has an issue or not.
Worship, in the time that I left my station and came back, she was gone.
You lost her.
I lost her son.
We gave you one job, to see. Okay.
Your Worship,
okay.
Your Worship, I can advise, sorry to interrupt, that Councillor Noyes did email and she'd indicated that she wasn't going to be able to join.
Okay, so she's, okay. All right, so then that takes us to notice of upcoming public meetings. There are none. That then takes us to public meetings. We have a couple of this evening. The process is the same for each. There will be a member of staff that will be providing council with some background information relative to the application before us. Then there will be an opportunity for members of council to ask the staff member questions. After that, the applicant or the applicant's agent will address council, again, subject to questioning by members of council. Thereafter, I will ask if there's anyone other than the owner that wishes to speak in support of the application, and then we'll go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or who has questions that they wish to ask or matters they wish to raise. I'll then ask Mr. Patton if there's anyone in the digital waiting room who might wish to chime in one way or the other, and then I'll ask the clerk if we've received any late communications relative to the application. Once we're done with that, we will then move into the information report that has been made part of the agenda for each of these public meetings, and council will deal with them at that time. So we're going to start with an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 848 Garrison Road, and that background information will be presented to council by Darrell Vanderveen, an intermediate development planner. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, members of the public, maybe here in person or attending virtually. This is the public meeting for a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 848 Garrison Road. The owner is 272-3005 Ontario, Inc., and the principal is Constantinos Kentros. The applicant/agent is NPG Planning Solutions Limited. That's represented by Aaron Butler. So the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to council regarding the proposed applications. The intent of this application is to permit the following development: a two-story restaurant and commercial building, a two-story building with commercial uses on the ground floor, a clinic pharmacy, and 8 residential dwelling units on the second floor. 2 5-story apartment buildings at the rear of the subject lands with 56 dwelling units each for a total of 112 dwelling units. And also to retain the general Cruikshank House, a designated heritage building for adaptive reuse for future commercial purposes. Notification of the April 13th, 2026 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject property on March 24th, 2026. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of public meeting on March 24th, 2026. The public notice was also uploaded to the town's website. Bear with me here. Do I have control here? Or? Oh, thanks. Perfect, thanks. This slide shows a timeline of the development application process. In accordance with Bill 109, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is subject to a 120-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date that the application is deemed complete and will stop the day council makes a decision on the application. So for this application, pre-consultation was originally held on May 9th, 2024. The town deemed the application complete on January 27th, 2026. A public information open house was held in the atrium of Town Hall. That was February 17th, 2026. And this evening is the statutory public meeting and information report, April 13th, 2026. We're currently on day 76 of the 120-day timeline. The deadline for a decision on this application is May 27th, 2026. This is an aerial photograph of the subject lands as well as the surrounding area. The subject lands are located within the urban boundary in the Spears High Point Secondary Plan area in the town of Fort Erie. The subject land is indicated in yellow on that map. The subject land is located on the north side of Garrison Road, east of Craft Road North in the Spears High Point neighborhood. The subject land is approximately 2 hectares in area and contains a single detached dwelling that is a designated heritage building, the General Cruikshank House. The remainder of the subject land is vacant and consists of manicured lawn or vegetated area. There are 2 watercourses on the subject land that are under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, a stormwater management pond in the draft-approved Alliston Woods Phase 2 planted subdivision. To the east, a single detached dwelling and commercial uses. To the south, Garrison Road, single detached dwellings and vacant residential land. And to the west, a sanitary sewer pump station operated by Niagara Region, the Alliston Sewage Pump Station, the untraveled Alliston Avenue Road Allowance, and single detached dwellings. So this is the conceptual site plan that was submitted in the application, so I'm just going to go through the various components of it. So first, indicated there is the heritage building, that's the General Cruikshank House. Next is a 2-story commercial building with a restaurant proposed for the ground floor. The medical clinic and pharmacy with 8 dwelling units on the second floor is located on the east portion of the lands. There are 2 5-story apartment buildings located at the rear, each with 56 dwelling units. The main parking area is in the center of the subject lands. In total, there are 294 parking spaces on site. There are some parking spaces underneath the apartment building as well. On the west side of the property is the west watercourse. This is the east watercourse. Both of these watercourses are proposed to be realigned. There's a driveway entrance off of Garrison Road on the west side of the property, and another one on the east side of the property. So these are some renderings of the proposed development. This is the General Cruikshank house is visible on the right. The two-story commercial building with a restaurant is visible on the left. Detailed plans aren't available of the apartment buildings, but you could kind of see the massing of them in the rear of these renderings. This is a conceptual plan of the property showing some locations for proposed tree plantings, and again, you can see the western watercourse and the eastern watercourse. This is a topographical survey of the subject lands. Again, there's two watercourses, so you can see them there. There's one on the west that currently has an easement, and the eastern one is visible north and east of the General Cruikshank house. Again, the applicant is proposing to realign these watercourses to accommodate the proposed development. The subject lands are designated low-density residential and environmental conservation, in part in the town's current official plan. The applicant's official plan amendment proposes to change the land use designation of the subject lands from low-density residential to core mixed use. A site-specific policy area is also proposed to permit a maximum density of 60 units per hectare, a maximum building height of 5 stories, and to permit development on the same parcel as a designated heritage building, the General Cruikshank house. Schedule C, natural heritage features of the official plan, identifies the subject lands as being part of a significant natural area and woodlot over 2 hectares. The applicant has provided an environmental impact study in support of this proposal. However, the NPCA and town staff require additional information before they will be able to support this application. It is noted that the development design may need to be revised to address the comments from the town's environmental planning staff and the NPCA. The subject lands are within an area identified as having archaeological potential in the official plan. The applicant has submitted a Stage 1 and Stage 2 archaeological assessment that concluded that no archaeological resources were found, and as such, no further archaeological study is recommended for the site. The subject lands are currently zoned neighborhood development ND zone and environmental conservation EC overlay zone in part. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is proposing to change the zoning to a site-specific core mixed-use 3 CMU3 zone with special provisions for the following: to add apartment buildings and banquet halls as permitted uses, to permit a reduced interior side yard setback for an apartment building, to permit reduced rear yard setback for an apartment building, to permit increased maximum height of 5 stories and 20 meters for an apartment building, to permit a reduced number of parking spaces per dwelling unit for the apartment building, and to add a provision requiring residential open space or private open-air balcony space for an apartment building. The environmental conservation EC overlay zone is also proposed to be removed as part of the zoning bylaw amendment application. So just to illustrate some of the zoning deficiencies, overall the site largely conforms to the CMU3 zone. All the zoning deficiencies mostly pertain to the apartment building, which was added in as a permitted use. So just to illustrate it, there's the reduced interior side yard setback for an apartment building, and that's going from 10 meters to 8.5 meters. Reduced rear yard setback from apartment building, again, that's from 10 meters to 8.5 meters. The zoning is looking to permit a maximum height of an apartment building of 5 stories and 20 meters. The zoning bylaw amendment is looking to permit a reduced number of parking spaces from 168 required to 144. For reference, that's a parking ratio of 1.28 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Again, finally, it's also looking to permit regulations or add regulations for residential open space or private open-air balcony space for an apartment building. So just a note on additional zoning matters. Partway through the process, we've had some issues that were brought to our attention through circulation. So a holding provision may be required, as depending on how much of this gets resolved through the planning process. So first, it's confirmation that the region-owned Alliston sanitary sewer pump station and town sanitary sewers have adequate capacity for the proposed sanitary sewer flows from the development. Next, revisions or an addendum to the environmental impact study to the satisfaction of the town's manager, community planning and policy, and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. And finally, review and correspondence from the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks regarding potential species at risk and wildlife habitat on site. So these are some photos from the site. This is looking north from Garrison Road. That's the General Cruikshank House. This is looking east toward the General Cruikshank House. And this is looking south toward the General Cruikshank House. This is an image of the heritage plaque, which is in front of the existing single detached dwelling. This is an image of the western watercourse. This is an image of the east watercourse. And this is looking west towards the Alliston Woods Phase 1 subdivision at the rear of the subject lands. So an information open house was held for this application in the Atrium Town Hall on February 17th, 2026 from 5 to 5:30 p.m. for this proposal. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the information open house via a notice mailed by staff on February 3rd. Sorry, that should say 2026. The meeting was attended by the agent, the owner, and town staff. Approximately 6 members of the public attended the information open house meeting. Generally, the comments for the public were positive and no major issues were identified. There were some questions with respect to the General Cruikshank House. A number of studies and reports were submitted in support of this application by the applicant. They're listed here on the next few slides. Just wanted to mention quickly the heritage impact assessment. So one was completed that concluded that the General Cruikshank House could be accommodated into the development and its heritage value retained. The town did engage in a peer review of that study, which was agreeable to the conclusions of the heritage impact assessment and did not oppose the development. Here are some additional studies. The Noyes study did recommend some mitigation measures for noise. So they're proposing a small noise abatement wall on the northwest side, enhanced building materials, and basically HVAC systems to help address noise of the proposed dwelling units. And these are the rest of the studies that were submitted. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Van der Veen, for the presentation. I'm wondering if you can bring up the map that shows the water courses through the property. I just want to clarify a couple of things and just make sure I understand, as well as some of the public that might be here tonight. My understanding is the western water course, which would be the one on the left of the map soon approach. Oop, you just passed it, that one. The western water course that's showing in part 2, that is a municipal drain that has an easement through the property, and I understand it would be relocating it to the western portion of the property. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, it's my understanding the western water course is considered to be a municipal drain. There's an easement in place on it now. There is a proposal to realign it. It would be a little bit closer to the western property line, but would more or less be in the same location.
Perfect. And I was out on site with the Environmental Advisory Committee looking at the property. The water course to the right, or would be the east portion of the property, currently zags through the subject property. The plans show for it to be relocated to the eastern portion. I understand there's been no major comments from Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority with respect to that, but the Environmental Advisory Committee did make some comments about tiering that water course or pooling it in certain areas to better capture maybe some ecological benefit for the area. Is that not the understanding of this application, that that would be part of that plan, to relocate that to the eastern section and potentially do some of the recommendations from EAC?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, yes, that is correct.
Okay, perfect. And I have a couple of others, but I'll save those for the applicant or his agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Anyone else? Can you just put up the photographs, or some of the photographs, and then... Can you tell us when these photographs were taken?
Yes, to Mayor Redekop. Those were taken by myself when I accompanied the Environmental Advisory Committee and Councillor Lewis and our environmental planning staff on a site visit. I believe the date was April 1st.
Thank you. And, okay, I have no other questions. Councillor Flagg, did you have a question?
I do, Your Worship, just in light of that. There is a memo or an indication by our senior environmental planner that was written on March the 31st that no trees should be removed without approval in writing. Do you know whether that was received by the applicant or not?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, yes, it was.
And that was received on the 31st?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, I believe so. If not, it was immediately the day after.
Okay, thank you.
I may not have followed that. You said that approval was obtained to remove trees?
Oh, to Mayor Redekop, no. I think Councillor Flagg was mentioning that email correspondence was sent to the applicant on March 31st requiring, or stating that no tree removal was to occur.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank you.
So we're going to go to Councillor Christensen. Don't go away.
Oh,
Just for clarification around that last, so was permission given for tree removal?
to Mayor Redekop to Councillor Christensen, not from staff, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go now to the applicant or the applicant's agent. And I have the agent as Aaron Butler, but I don't know if Mr. Butler's...
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Ah, okay, there you are, hiding in plain sight. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm joined tonight by a number of consultants on the team, as well as the owners, Dino and Ashley Kentros. We have the project civil engineer, ecologist, and the architect as well here. And I'm Aaron Butler from NPG Planning Solutions. There's a number of items in my presentation that Mr. Vanderveen has covered really well, and so I won't get into detail on some of those things, but a number of items I do want to touch on. Mr. Vanderveen did a nice job describing the surrounding context as well as the subject lands. I guess the one thing I will touch on is new Route 751 also comes down Garrison Road now, and this will be right on that route, which is excellent. So I did want to touch on the survey as well, and I've highlighted a couple of things here. The western ditch and the eastern water course. This western ditch is an artificial feature that is within an easement in favor of the town presently for stormwater conveyance purposes. The stormwater pond to the north, as part of the Alliston Woods subdivision, drains to this ditch through the subject lands and then crosses underneath of Garrison Road into the roadside ditch on the south side of Garrison Road, then ultimately south. So this is within an easement in favor of the town to allow the water course to be there for storm conveyance. The eastern water course is a headwater drainage feature And it is worth noting that the stormwater management pond to the north has cut off much of the previous catchment area of this headwater drainage feature. A lot of water that might have previously naturally come into this, just with development that's occurred to the north. There's not as much coming into this feature anymore. This feature, which is to be realigned as well, also drains south right under Garrison Road and into the craft drain complex. Both are regulated by the Conservation Authority, as was mentioned. We have had preliminary comments from them offering, I'll say, preliminary support for the realignment, no objections, subject to detailed design of those features and addressing some of their comments that they've provided. Both will be redesigned as open channels, basically intended to continue to serve the function that they serve today. The proposed development. Firstly, and one of the most important parts of the development, it centers around the conservation of the Crookshank House, and that's through an adaptive reuse approach. In my next slide, I'll speak to some of the design measures recommended by the heritage consultant, which have been integrated into the site design in order to integrate the Crookshank House into the development plan. We're seeking zoning permissions to allow commercial use inside of the Crookshank House. And the current thinking is the building might be used for something like a small cafe, an ice cream shop, something that complements the other uses on the site and makes the heritage building more accessible and open to the public. The 2 5-story apartment buildings to the rear are proposed to be rental and geared to seniors. The owner is already having discussions with CMHC to understand what funding opportunities might be available there. The goal is to have some 1-bedroom units, some 2-bedroom units, and a mix of affordable, attainable, and market rents. Along with the 112 apartment units in the 2 5-story buildings, there's an additional 8 rental units on the 2nd floor of the building on the east side, and those are also geared to seniors. The ground floor of that building is intended to be used for commercial space, but likely something like a clinic or pharmacy that really ties the uses together on site and provides residents on the property convenient access to those uses. Lastly, at the front of the site along Garrison Road to the west of the Crookshank House is the proposed 2-story restaurant and banquet facility. That building would have an outdoor patio that's integrated with the use of the Crookshank House and is well connected to the public realm. That building would also likely possibly have retail along the ground floor within the new 2-story building. So overall, we see the proposed uses complementing each other, with future residents of the property being able to access personal services like the pharmacy and clinic, as well as commercial uses like the restaurant, the future use of the Crookshank House. And the property ultimately will be a mixed-use development site in line with the Spears High Point secondary plan for some other properties right in that corridor. So the Crookshank House is well suited for adaptive reuse, given that the original brick farmhouse is in stable condition on the outside, and a new use could be accommodated inside with minimal alteration to the heritage attributes. Some of the recommended design measures were provided by the heritage consultant to enhance the integration of the Crookshank House into the proposed development and emphasize its importance. One of the things that's been focused on is to maintain sight lines to the building and actually create a better visual prominence to the building from Garrison Road. The positioning of the new buildings has been done so to highlight the importance of the heritage building, and I'll show you that on the next couple of slides. Additional walkways will be provided connecting Garrison Road to the Crookshank House to create a better connection for pedestrians from Garrison Road. A publicly accessible landscape garden is proposed and was recommended as a design idea by the heritage consultant, fronting Garrison Road and leading to the Crookshank House in this view corridor. And this would activate the space and contribute to a more friendly pedestrian environment by attracting visitors to actually interact with the heritage building. And other landscaping techniques are recommended to be used to filter views from the streetscape directly towards the Cruikshank House. And so the use of landscaping around other buildings and the way that they can frame views to the Cruikshank House. Lastly, the Heritage Report also recommends enhanced heritage interpretation to reinforce the local and national significance of Ernest Cruikshank. And this could be done through a number of ways, public art, signage, potentially murals, that we'd be the property owners looking forward to engaging with Municipal Heritage Committee and the community on those types of things. We've had good dialogue with the Municipal Heritage Committee and the town's heritage consultant, as Mr. Van der Veen mentioned, who are both supportive of the HIA. This next slide, I just want to point out a few things about the renderings that you've already seen from Mr. Van der Veen. These are provided by the architect, Jason Pizzacarola. They show how the positioning of the new buildings will enhance the importance of the heritage building. And a few things about the preliminary design of the new building, the restaurant building. The gables on the front of the building are kind of tied from the heritage building, taking cues from it. The gables on that building are intended to break up the massing of that building and kind of make from the streetscape look kind of more like multiple buildings. There's some architectural detailing on the building that you can't see on these renderings, like traditional windows in terms of mullion bars, taking cues from the heritage building, and material, which is still, we're still having discussions around that, but using like a natural palette, again, taking cues from the heritage building, not to copy the heritage building, but to complement it. So you've seen the conceptual site plan, and I won't spend much time on this. I'll actually go to the landscape plan, which has some other color to show you and to kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about the visual enhancement of the heritage building. So we have labels on all of the buildings. We have the realigned western ditch on the left side of my screen here, and the realigned eastern watercourse on the right side. The conceptual landscape plan shows those pedestrian linkages and landscape gardens connecting the public realm to the Cruikshank House. And the patio as well, connecting the restaurant to the Cruikshank House. And so you can see views from Garrison Road are intentionally maintained to the Cruikshank House to create a better visual prominence. I wanted to take a minute on this slide just to note a couple of things around comments that we're working through with your staff and with agencies, in particular the ones received from environmental planning staff. Our team, including our ecologist and our architect, are working to provide responses to those comments as soon as possible. Those are around the width of the eastern watercourse, really the detailed design of the eastern watercourse, the plant species within the eastern watercourse, and how that can be designed to slow the flow of water and create, I'll say, checks and things like that in that eastern watercourse before it crosses the street. I'll touch on one of the things around the MECP. There's comments around bat species on the site, and those are the comments that you see in the report around MECP comments being provided to town staff in the holding symbol. So the owner has gone through some great lengths, I'll say, to engage with 3 different ecological firms to review the bat call data from the site. And a bat specialist was actually retained to review the data from the site, and they verified that the bats heard on the site are not species at risk. There are 2 bats that sound very similar, and we're working, as I said, with town staff to address those comments. So Mr. Van der Veen had the holding provisions up on the screen. So the first two, actually the second two around the EIS and MECP correspondence. We're aiming to address those comments as soon as possible prior to a bylaw coming back to council, recommendation report coming back to council, with the goal to not require a holding symbol for those items. We're, as I said, looking at the eastern watercourse, other environmental comments that have been provided to address those. And we do have and will be providing some confirmation from the province, email from the province around species at risk. Around the other holding provision, the sanitary capacity, just one thing I wanted to note to council this evening. I have had discussions with staff around that one, and one thing we'll be seeking is just some flexibility in the wording of that provision in case this development, as a large development, is phased. If part of it has capacity or capacity is created in the system in some way, and part of a development can proceed before the full development, we just like the holding symbol to be flexible enough to recognize that it can proceed in phases. Mr. Vanderveen covered the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications themselves and some of the site-specific relief being sought. And so I'll just conclude here, and as I do, I'm actually going to ask Mr. Kentros to come up as well. He'd like to just say a couple brief words to the council as well. But in our opinion, the development is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the Niagara official plan, the town official plan as proposed to be amended, and is good land use planning. The development facilitates the creation of 120 new rental housing units geared to seniors in a suitable location along Garrison Road, near many amenities, day-to-day uses, and other mixed-use areas. The development creates new commercial space for the community as well as the future residents of the property. And the development proposes the conservation of the Crookshank House through adaptive reuse with no direct negative impacts to the heritage attributes of the building. Dino?
Thank you, Mr. Butler, and don't go too far.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, just have
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Dino say a couple of words as well, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mr. Kentros.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Many of you know me by Dino Kentros, not Constantine Kentros. I grew up in the community as Dino. My family has owned the Barrel Restaurant here in Fort Erie since 1981. We built that plaza also in 1981 as a commercial space. We've been giving back to the community as much as we could for all these years, trying to support local teams, local fundraisers, and other community events in the area. I also grew up in the area. I attended Ridgeway Crystal Beach High School. I went on to do my university studies at the University of Western Ontario, and then I came back to Fort Erie and I attended the University of Buffalo, where I obtained 2 masters. In 2020, I purchased a Crookshank house. I was driving by it and I saw a for sale sign on there. And I saw an old heritage building that was located in Fort Erie, and I knew it very well as I used to ride my bike by it. I saw it with some issues. I saw a collapsed roof, overgrown bush around it, and it needed some TLC. As Mrs. Moore had passed away a few years prior to that and had left residing in the house since, I believe, 2012. And so the house was abandoned. So I saw it as an opportunity, not as a hindrance. I saw it as an opportunity to create an area that Fort Erie could be proud of, kind of like a focal point. It's right in the middle of town. It has a high traffic area and a great walk score for people in that area. I thought about what would be beneficial to the community, and I was looking on an overhead of it, and I thought it'd be great to create a central point where people could interact with the home, could interact with others, and have people also come to the site. So we decided to start looking at the demographics of the area and what was needed in the community. And what we found that was needed was more senior rentals in specific. And that's what we geared to do. We thought that it would mix well with the different offerings that the site could have. It'll have a restaurant. The Cruikshank House will be maintained as a cafe where people could gather and speak within the community and interact with each other. We also thought that providing more health services in the community was important. Not only important for the people that live on site, which are seniors, but also people within the whole community. As we all know, medical is always needed in a retiring community. With that being said, we really want to create a focal point of the property, and that being the Cruikshank House, where we can demonstrate its history and its significance to town. We want people to be able to interact with the Cruikshank House. We don't want it to be an afterthought. We want it to be the focal point of the whole project. So then we amassed a great team of consultants and friends, and we thought about, what's important here. And what we felt was important was, what was that interaction between these buildings? And so what is the interaction between the Cruikshank home and the new commercial buildings? Because we have something that's very old, and we'll be building something that's very new. And we want those things to complement each other. We want interaction to happen. We want people to walk out from the commercial building on the left and interact with the building on the right. So we were thinking of like a cobblestone patio in between the two buildings where people could sit, enjoy the area, enjoy the fresh air, enjoy the historic site of the Cruikshank building. It also could provide an opportunity to learn more about Cruikshank himself and what his contributions were to the town. Being a leader in redeveloping, the old fort, he was a prime reason Old Fort got rebuilt. He was the first reeve, many other things that he's contributed to. The most publicized writer on the War of 1812. Many people don't know this about Cruikshank. So we've set on a journey to create this development, and we also think that it will allow the people from living in the senior area to walk to the front of the development, enjoy their time at the restaurant, enjoy their time at a cafe, and also get the services that they need right on spot. It's a great walk score to Walmart and to other banking services that are provided over there as well. And so the real goal of this is to bridge Fort Erie's history with its future and creating a landmark which everyone can be proud of. At the end of the day, that is really our goal here, is to bridge from what's old to what's new and in a harmonious kind of setup. Any questions?
No, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Tentros. I'll ask councillors if they have any questions of you or Mr. Butler. Councillors, Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you, it's actually for Mr. Butler. To Dino's credit, he has actually been engaging with individuals in the community and council as well. So, but Mr. Butler, I do have a question for you with respect to the Eastern Water Course. If I read the comments in the report. Is the outstanding issue right now kind of the sizing relative to the amount of water that may pass through? Is it more related to environmental features? I'm just curious where we're going with that and what your opinion is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as I understand the staff comments, it's not about the conveyance of water. We've demonstrated that it's sized appropriately for the water. As I understand the staff comments, they have some ecological comments. In our mind, the width as it stands now does serve these functions. This is not a fish habitat. There's a fish habitat downstream. And if anything, my understanding is it could provide some, nutrients into the water, things like that. And so the width as proposed in our mind by our ecological consultant is sufficient. But we are looking at your staff's comments seriously, of course, and are taking those back to see what else we can do to address the comments.
And if I may follow up, Your Worship, did the MPCA offer any ecological-related comments with regard to the buffering or anything related to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not that I'm aware of, they've provided comments. We have some things to work on through their comments as well, but as I said at the beginning, there was not an objection to realigning the water course. Perhaps some of the detailed design comments that they're looking at relate to ecology, but in my mind, not a major concern from the NPCA.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Butler. On the east side of the development, there is no sidewalk to the apartment buildings. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll pull up my plan. So we have a sidewalk coming right along the,
Can you put it up on the screen?
maybe slide 8 or 9. So right along, through you, Mr. Mayor, along the driveway, there's a sidewalk right along that eastern driveway that goes to
I'm looking
the-
at western, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I think you said east.
Yeah, I probably did, but I'm looking at the west. My
So
apologies.
we have the western sidewalk along the east side, but certainly through site plan, good idea to try to get people connected even from the west all the way up that west side. As
Yeah,
we
it would
have-
just
we
seem
have
to
the
me that
space
they're
there.
going down, if I live on the west side of
Mm-hmm.
that building, I'm going to try to get out to the sidewalk through a parking lot.
Makes
So,
sense.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Lewis and then Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Butler and Mr. Kentos for the presentation. I want to mention that I like that you use the words complement and certainly acknowledging heritage, because that's something that we often don't see when we see development applications coming in. And certainly, I'll go out on a limb and say that this is certainly an area where at least I see intensification, and an area where I like that you incorporated some walkable community aspect to this proposal. I have a couple of quick questions. One was, you mentioned that the site would be developed in stages, but I don't know if you broke that down into what parts would be part of what stage. And the other question was with respect to the units in the apartment building, will any of those be affordable housing units in terms of the provincial definition of affordable housing? And those are my only two.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of development phasing, likely the front of the site would be developed first and phasing to the back in terms of building construction, but the entire site would be constructed in terms of the infrastructure and the servicing, kind of in part of phase 1. So that's the restaurant and the Crookshank House at the front, moving to the north. And in terms of the units, yes, the intention is that the owner's looking at affordable, attainable, and market as a mix within the development.
Perfect, and thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. Councillor Christensen.
With respect to the phasing and the suggestion that you're looking for flexibility around the holding provision, what would the timing of, what are you envisaging with the best possible planning process? What timing are you looking at for the initial phase?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as soon as possible. Mr. Kentros is eager to proceed right away. We've done a lot of detailed design work already in terms of civil engineering and site plan level of detail that's already been completed through the zoning. So we're eager to file site plan application as soon as possible, proceed to approval as soon as possible. And the phasing is really around, I think, constructability on site. And so to have those two things occurring at separate times. But the goal would be to get everything built as soon as possible.
Anything further, Councillor Christensen? Could you put the last slide that you had up, the one that showed the site plan? So the eastern water course I can't really tell what the distance is between the rear of the building. I think it's noted there at the bottom. How wide is the space between the eastern boundary of the property and the back of the building on the east side?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the bottom end of the building's 4.4 and the top end of the building's 3.9. And then, that's that pharmacy clinic building.
So that includes the water course and the proposed buffer?
The water course would be is a small channel right in the middle of that with plantings up the bank, and then building edge.
Okay. And there was something about, in the report, something about the traffic impact study and the island on Garrison Road over near Walmart. That's not immediately adjacent to this property. What's the issue there?
Mr. Mayor, there's a median actually right in front of this one too. So there's 2 or 3, I think, in that stretch. So there is a median kind of in front of where the restaurant building is. And the comment, if you'd like me to elaborate on it, from the TIS consultant and from commenting staff, the traffic consultant recommended that if that median could be removed or even shortened, it would help with left turns into the eastern driveway. There is space, there's a center left turn lane here, 2-way left turn lane. There is space for vehicles to still pass the median, get into the left turn lane, and then make the turn. But if the median weren't there, there would be a longer lane, longer storage for left turns.
Okay. And you've indicated 200, I think you said 294 parking spaces. Just looking at the report, I tally 284, which is about 24 short of what the current zoning would, or the proposed zoning would require. You want to modify that?
Mr. Mayor, so the zoning for apartments is 1.5 per unit.
Right.
So we're proposing almost 1.3. That's the modification of the parking. The rest of the site meets the zoning requirements for parking.
So it's about, okay, so 1.5 would require 168 parking spaces for the apartment building. You're proposing 144. The rest of the parking requirements, the proposal is that you meet them. So you're about 24 parking slots short, and that's what you're asking council to approve?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Kentros. Okay, if there are no other questions, then you folks can have a seat, and we'll ask if there's anyone here who wishes, other than the owner and his consulting team, is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application? Please come forward, and when you do come forward, you need to provide your name and address. Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room? Okay, so no one there. Okay, I'm going to go then. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or who has questions that they wish to ask or raise with respect to the proposed development? This is a very uncurious audience. Okay. So, Mr. Patton, you've cleared that there's no one in the digital waiting room.
Yes, Your Worship.
Clerk, have there been any late comments received with respect to this application?
No additional comments have been received.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move forward to deal with report PBBS 15-2026, moved by Councillor Dubanow. So it's on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. Just the one question that I had with respect to the Eastern Watercourse, I think Mr. Butler satisfied some of my concerns there, and certainly when we get to the recommendation report stage, I hope there's some clarification on the requests that the town's looking for relative to the MPCA, see if we can get a meeting of the minds there and sort out what's going on, and I'll be expecting to see that in the recommendation report. I just want to give a few quick comments, though, because I'm the council rep on the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee, and I want to commend Dino and his team for the outreach and the collaboration that they've had with the committee from the very beginning. Certainly, I'm very keen on heritage homes and buildings in our community. I think they're very important because they connect us to our past and they inform where we go in the future by knowing where we came from. And, you know, we occasionally have, you know, applications that come to the committee. Some are lukewarm, some are looked at right away that we look at and we say, what the heck is going on? What are you trying to do here? And that never happened with this. Dino put together a really good team. He's got a really good heritage consultant, in my opinion, and the people that he worked around with to be very sensitive to the development, complement the design of the buildings with each other, and to make the Cruikshank House the central focus of the site. And if you even notice on the site plan and the colorized version that shows the landscaping plan on the for the site, you'll even notice they went even so far as to look at the sight lines that came in relative to where the buildings are located. And so that as you're driving by, you can get a view of the building and see it there and not have the buildings obstruct it where you need to turn your head as you're driving by. And that kind of sensitivity and that kind of effort that the team put in, based on what I saw at the Heritage Committee, was very well received. And the comments have been very positive, and that's always good to see. You know, we want to encourage people in our community to, you know, embrace the history of these older buildings, these designated buildings. And this, in my opinion, is the grade A example of how you can do this. You can still do a development and a project that provides, you know, amenities for the town while retaining a heritage building like this. And it also just goes to show that a lot of thought was put into this. You know, rental units, senior rental units, the services that are provided with them. I think there was a lot of thought put into this. And it just goes to show that we have a local individual in our community who's, you know, ears to the ground, and they see what's going on and they hear what people are saying, and it's reflective of this. So I'll certainly be supporting the information report this evening. Certainly staff, I really want to see some clarification on the Eastern Watercourse and MPCA comments versus environmental planner comments. But you know, it's one thing to say I see what the Cruikshank House could look like in my mind, and once it's landscaped and everything, and I just think it would be really cool to see something like this. I think it's one of those things, one of those opportunities that you don't see very often for a project like this. So those are my comments, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. Anyone else? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments, and one being, I see developments like this all the time on my short commute to Guelph 2 to 3 days a week for work, where developers come in, acknowledged a heritage aspect on a piece of property, has repurposed the property, and in some cases in Guelph area, you even see townhouses that are built onto an existing heritage feature that almost mimic the exact look of the heritage feature. So I think this is, in many ways, a developer that not only is in the community, but knows the community and knows what we're looking for. And it's certainly not a bunch of townhouses that I know we're all quite sick of looking at. It also allows for development within an area where I think most people reasonably expect to see higher density development. But it also shows that we're open to development in the right spot. But I too am looking for clarification on the comments made by EAC, the committee I sit on. But Councillor Dubanow raises a good point in terms of how do we compare those two comments from the committee as well as Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority to make sure that we're doing our due diligence for natural heritage, but at the same point realizing this is on a corridor in an area of growth and where I think most people expect to see higher density. So those are my only comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
I would in general echo the comments of my two colleagues. I would also say that Mr. Kotros informally approached the Seniors Advisory Committee. We didn't get we ran out of time in terms of meeting, but there was an intention to do that. And if council will recall, it's a couple of years ago, but a member at the time of the Seniors Advisory Committee sponsored a letter asking for more seniors rental housing, and particularly affordable rental housing. So this certainly reflects the Seniors Advisory Committee concerns and issues about housing for seniors in places where it's a live-walk kind of situation. So that's, and then I guess the only thing I do say, and I asked the question of Mr. Van der Veen with respect to the removal of the trees. The only disappointing thing is that a very specific direction around staff approval in writing was not paid attention to. And that was very, very disappointing from my perspective, and from everything I've learned both from the owner who consulted with various members of council before this even went forward. So I just have to make that as a concern. When our staff actually make a comment, I expect that it be given due respect and consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else? Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, I'll be short because we do not want to be redundant tonight, busy schedule. I think it's a great plan, the first time I've seen it. I'm a big history buff. I've actually had tea with Mrs. Moore in the Crookshank House, so I do know what it looked like back in the day. Happy that it's centrally located so that, seniors are not only going to get affordable housing, but they're going to be very close to all the big stores that they require to be at, and the drugstore will be handy right there as well. So I'm just going to say it's probably one of the cleanest plans I've seen in some time, and I certainly appreciate the effort.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Anyone else? I just have a couple of questions, and I'm going to direct those to you, Ms. Dilwaria. This application, like all applications of this nature, typically goes through a pre-consultation process?
Yes, Your Worship.
And that's a meeting by the developer, typically the consultants of the developer, our staff, regional staff, maybe MPCA, maybe some others as well, that provide feedback with respect to the proposed application.
That's correct.
And throughout this process, after the pre-consultation meeting, I understand there's a report that's prepared and provided to the developer and the developer's consultants?
That's correct, yeah.
And then thereafter, up until we get to this point, there's discussions and sharing of information between town staff and the consultants for the developer?
Yes, Your Worship.
So that at this stage of the game, is it fair to say that the developer has some understanding of what the town's staff concerns will be with respect to the development, if any?
Yes, Your Worship, I would say so.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to provide some context so that I'm not allowed to make comments as the chair of the meeting, but I can ask questions. And I always have lots of questions. Okay, if there are no other questions with respect to this, I'm going to call the question. This is an information report. Council will receive this report for information, and then it moves to the next stage, which is staff having further discussion and dialogue with the developer as this matter proceeds, and then eventually we will receive what's called a recommendation report. Staff will provide us with their recommendations relative to the official plan amendment application and the zoning bylaw amendment application. All those in favor of receiving the information report? None opposed, that is carried. Okay, that takes us through one public meeting. That takes us to the second public meeting, and this has to do with an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, plan of subdivision and plan of common element condominium applications with respect to 145 Derby Road and 3990 Rebstock Road. And this particular application Mr. Vanderveen, are you the staff member on this as well?
Yes, I am.
So this is why you haven't been leaving town hall for the last couple of weeks. Please proceed.
Great, thanks, Mayor Redekop. Again, good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, members of the public that may be here in attendance or attending virtually online. This is a public meeting for a proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision and draft plan of common elements condominium, and that's for 145 Derby Road and 3990 Rebstock Road. The owner is G&G Developments, Inc. Principal is Guy Pellegrino, and the applicant/agent is Peter J. Lesdo, architect, and the principal for that is Peter Lesdo. So again, the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to council regarding the proposed applications. This proposal is seeking to facilitate development of a 4-story apartment building with 24 dwelling units and 36 block townhouse dwellings. Notification of the April 13th, 2026 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject property on March 24th, 2026. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of public meeting on March 24th, 2026. The public notice was also uploaded to the town's website. This slide shows a timeline of the development application process. In accordance with Bill 109, the proposed combined official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and draft plan of common elements condominium applications are subject to a 120-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date that the application is deemed complete and will stop the date when council makes a decision on the application. So just a brief summary of the timeline thus far. Town staff held pre-consultation meeting on the application with the applicant. That was December 14th, 2023. The application was deemed complete by staff on February 5th, 2026. A public information open house was held in the atrium of Town Hall on February 24th, 2026. And this evening, April 13th, 2026, is the statutory public meeting and information report. This is day 67 of the approval timeline. The deadline for a decision on this application is June 5th, 2026. This is an aerial photograph of the subject lands as well as the surrounding area. The subject lands are located in the urban boundary in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan area in the town of Fort Erie. And again, the subject lands are indicated in yellow on that map for reference. The subject lands is a corner lot located on the west side of Derby Road and the north side of Rebstock Road. The subject lands are approximately 1.58 hectares in area. The site is mostly vacant. 145 Derby Road was the former site of the Crystal Beach Public School. There is an existing single detached dwelling on 3990 Rebstock Road that will be demolished. 145 Derby Road and 3990 Rebstock Road are under common ownership and have been consolidated under one PIN. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, a block townhouse development and single detached dwellings. To the east, Derby Road, single detached dwellings, and 2 3-story apartment buildings. To the south, single detached dwellings and a street townhouse development that is currently before the Ontario Land Tribunal. To the west, single detached dwellings and a non-conforming industrial property that is no longer in operation. It's a former planing mill. So this is the conceptual site plan for the subject lands. I'm going to go through the various components, but first just wanted to say there are a total of 60 dwelling units proposed, consisting of 24 dwelling units in the 4-story apartment building and 36 townhouses arranged in 9 blocks. Each block contains 4 townhouse dwellings. There are 90 parking spaces provided, meeting the 1.5 parking space per dwelling unit parking requirement for block townhouses and apartment buildings. The proposed density of the development is 38 units per hectare. So just to go through it, first, that's the 4-story apartment building with 24 dwelling units. That's the main parking area for the apartment building. There's some additional parking area for the dwelling units, including visitor parking. On the right, I just highlighted one of the block townhouse blocks. Again, there's 9 total for there's 9 blocks for a total of 36 block townhouse dwellings. Each block has 4 townhouse dwellings. There is a west entrance driveway and an east entrance driveway, so there's 2 entries into the site from Rebstock Road. Also, I just wanted to highlight that a road widening was requested by town staff, and that would be taken along the frontage of the subject lands along Rebstock Road and Derby Road, and that includes a daylighting triangle at the corner. So this is a rendering of the development. This would be looking north across Rebstock Road. So you could see the 4-story apartment building there in front, and in behind are the block townhouse dwellings, which are 2 stories in height. This is the rendering from Derby Road. So the 2-story block townhouse dwellings would be visible from that frontage. These are elevations of the proposed apartment building. So these are the front and side elevations. This is an elevation of the rear of the apartment building. So this is essentially what you would be viewing from Rebstock Road. These are elevations of the rear and side elevations of typical block townhouses. There's actually 3 different types, I believe. They're all a little bit different, but more or less the same. And this is the front elevation of one of the block townhouse dwellings. So this is a landscape plan that was submitted as part of the application. I just wanted to note that the landscape plan is proposing 43 new tree plantings and 69 shrub plantings. This is the draft plan of subdivision proposed as part of this development. And this is a colorized version of the same plan to illustrate its components. So just to go through it, blocks 1 through 9, which are marked in yellow, these blocks are intended for the proposed block townhouses. There are 4 block townhouses per block for a total of 36 block townhouse dwelling units. The white areas within the development consist of block 10. This block will contain the majority of the common elements of the development, including internal roadways, landscaped areas, and visitor parking. The plan of common elements condominium will be registered to this block. Block 11 in orange. This block will contain the proposed 4-story apartment building with 24 dwelling units, along with parking for the apartment building. Lastly, illustrated in gray, that's the block of land that will be conveyed to the town for the purposes of road widenings along Derby Road and Rebstock Road in a 7-meter by 7-meter daylighting triangle at the intersection. This is the draft plan of common elements condominium. The common elements condominium will be registered on block 10 and will contain the driveways and entrances, parking areas, and landscaping. The subject lands are designated medium-density residential and subject to policy 42293 in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan and the town's official plan. Policy 42293 contains the following notable policies for the site. First, the site shall be reserved for semi-detached dwellings and multiple unit structures. This includes townhouses and apartment buildings. A medium-density range for the entire site of 50 to 75 units per hectare. An apartment shall be required on the site with a minimum of 32 residential units. The building facade should be directed to the intersection of Derby Road and Rebstock Road. And lastly, low-rise apartment dwellings will generally be restricted to 4 stories in height. There are no natural heritage features on the subject lands as identified in the town's official plan. The subject lands are also not within an area under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The subject lands are within an area identified as having archaeological potential in the official plan. The applicant has submitted a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment. One significant site was located on the subject lands, and a stage 3 archaeological assessment will be required. The official plan amendment proposes to amend the existing site-specific policies for the subject lands in the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan to permit a minimum density of 38 units per hectare and set the minimum required number of apartment units to 24. Currently, just to reiterate, the secondary plan policies for the site require a minimum density of 50 units per hectare and a minimum requirement of 32 apartment units on the subject lands. The subject lands are currently zoned residential multiple 1, RM1-680 zone in part, and residential multiple 1, RM1-681 zone in part in the town's zoning bylaw. This zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific residential multiple 1, RM1 zone with regulations that permit the following: to add block townhouses as a permitted use, to reduce the minimum number of apartment units to 24 units, to reduce minimum density to 38 units per hectare, to permit reduced minimum landscaped area, and to permit reduced rear yard setback. Planning staff have identified several other small departures during zoning review that can be included as part of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as follows. That's reduced setback of a parking area to a lot line, reduced planting strip width, and reduced exterior side yard setback for an apartment building. A zoning bylaw amendment is required as the current RM1-68 zone only permits semi-detached dwellings, street townhouses, stacked townhouses, and apartment buildings. Further, the existing zoning requires a minimum density of 50 units per hectare and a minimum of 32 apartment dwelling units on the subject lands. So this is just to illustrate some of the requested zoning for the site. So first, it's proposing to reduce minimum density from 50 units per hectare to 38 units per hectare. That's the whole site generally. Next, to add block townhouses as a permitted use. The existing zoning does permit townhouses, but only stacked townhouses currently, and street townhouses. Next, the zoning proposes to reduce the number of apartment dwelling units from 32 to 24. Also reduced landscaped area for block townhouses. That would be from 50% to 32%. This is one of the minor departures that staff picked up through the zoning review. That's reduced in one location to the north property line, a reduced setback of a parking area from 3 meters to 2.5 meters. And correspondingly, a reduced planting strip width from 3 meters to 2.5 meters in the same location. And also a reduced exterior side yard setback of an apartment from 8.05 meters to 5.48 meters. So these are some site photos of the subject lands. This is looking west from Derby Road. That's right where the old school used to be. This is looking northwest from Derby Road. That's the public notice sign visible. And this is looking north from Rebstock Road. A public information open house meeting was held in person in the atrium of Town Hall for this application on February 24th, 2026 from 5 to 5:30 p.m. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the information open house via a notice mailed by staff on February 10th, 2026. The meeting was attended by the agent, the owner, and town staff. 3 members of the public attended the information open house meeting. Generally, the comments from the public are positive. Several comments were made with respect to the following. First, there was question if there would be new sidewalks along Derby Road and Rebstock Road. So town development engineering staff confirmed that although the town will be requiring road widenings along the frontages of Rebstock Road and Derby Road and a daylighting triangle, no new sidewalks will be required. There are already existing sidewalks along the east side of Derby Road and the south side of Rebstock Road. Second, the questions were raised if the proposed units would be affordable units or social housing. It's staff's understanding that none of the units are planned to be affordable or social housing units. The apartment building units will be rental units. Third, there were questions about the height of the proposed development. The block townhouses are 2 stories and 9.41 meters in height. The apartment building is 4 stories and 16.1 meters in height. So a number of studies and reports were submitted in support of this application. Here's a listing of them here. Again, I think the only one of note was that the archaeological assessment did recommend completion of a stage 3 on a portion of the subject lands. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen. Any questions by members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you again, Mr. Vanderveen, for the presentation. A couple of questions for you, and then if the owner applicant is here, I'll probably follow up with a few others. One question is with respect to the 4-story building backing onto Rebstock. I did have some questions from the neighborhood about, was there ever any consideration to having that apartment building fit or be located on Block 9 across from the existing 3-story apartment building at the corner of Derby and Rebstock?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, yeah, that was the intent of the policies in the Crystal Beach secondary plan.
Correct.
And that was conveyed to the applicant.
Okay, so it was discussed, but they've moved forward with an alternate plan. Okay, thank you. The other question I had was, same person who had not able to be here tonight was asking about the driveways into the subdivisions all coming out onto Rebstock Road, and they were wondering, did the developer ever consider one of the driveways coming out onto Derby? And the follow-up question to that was, if there's no driveways coming out onto Derby Road, their question was, why would we have a road widening along Derby?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, perhaps the applicant can answer as to why, there's not an entrance off of Derby Road. I think it was considered at one point. However, obviously the final plans were both entrances coming off of Rebstock Road. I do want to note that the applicant did complete a traffic study that concluded that there's not going to be any major traffic impacts at either of those entrances off of Rebstock Road. And to speak to the question regarding the road widening, even though there's no entrance off of Derby Road, there are minimum widths set out in the town's official plan for road allowances. So we do have the ability to collect that through development approvals. And we'd like to do that because even though there's no entrance, or in this case, potentially not a sidewalk, the town can use that land for utilities or landscaping or things of that nature that provide public benefit.
Thank you. And then the second to last question I have is, you showed a rendering of the townhomes. I believe they were, I can't remember which block. They to me look like bungalow towns, but they showed a window up in the upper level, but quite a peak to those heights of roofs. Are they 2-story townhomes, or are these townhomes that look from the road like a 2-story town, but they're really an artificial second floor? What is the, and maybe the rendering could come up, that might be, I'm really bad at charades. This one here, so would this be a 2-story town, or is it a bungalow town with an artificial second floor?
Yeah, through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Lewis, it's my understanding they are 2 stories. However, the architectural design was designed in a way to maintain like a bungalow 1-story type appearance.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to Mr. Vanderveen, are there internal sidewalks planned on this development?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, I'll just go back to the site plan. Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, I don't see any visible on this plan. That's something we could maybe work with the applicant on as we move through the process.
Thank you, nothing else.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Vanderveen, let me see if I've got this right. So we have a Crystal Beach secondary plan that was a public process that went out for comments, took several months to finalize, and that was completed and approved around 2023. So that's 3 years ago. Okay. And this plan in front of us that shows up on the screen, that doesn't really match what the secondary plan was envisaging for this neighborhood?
To Mayor Redekop, that is correct.
And the dark brown building, which is the apartment building, according to the secondary plan, that should be shifted over to the east so that it should be near the intersection of Rebstock and Derby, across the street from an existing apartment building. Is that correct?
To Mayor Redekop, that is also correct.
And these townhouses on Derby, they look like they all face inward. Is that what I'm seeing?
To Mayor Redekop, yes, that is correct.
Which means the backyards are on Derby Road, which is a fairly public thoroughfare. Is that good planning, to have the backyards facing this type of roadway in this type of neighborhood?
To Mayor Redekop, I don't know if I want to provide a position on that just yet.
You're a professional.
Yeah, we will speak to that in the recommendation report.
Okay.
However, you may want to ask the applicant if they can clarify if they've incorporated any kind of design elements to sort of improve that facade along the Derby Road frontage.
And you're familiar with what's been going on in terms of development approvals in Crystal Beach and in Ridgeway recently. Any comments about whether there's a need for more townhouses?
To Mayor Redekop, I'll leave that up to council to make that position, but staff is well aware of it, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Okay, that takes us then to the developer. Your work here is almost done, Mr. Vanderveen. That takes us to the developer or his agent, and I don't know, is that Mr. Lesdow? Is it two of us? Safety in numbers.
A rare day I'm not the tallest person in the building.
Not by a long shot.
I know.
Some of those guys are huge.
Even I thought so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm Greg Terrace with Urban Environmental Management. We are the planning consultants on this project. And I'm here with Peter Lesdow, the architect. We're both going to be presenting a brief presentation because I wanted to touch on a few planning matters, and Mr. Lesdow will speak to the design process that we undertook throughout this application. Again, I'd just like to thank Mr. Vanderveen for his presentation. Many of the things that we have in ours have been touched on already. So just, we will only want to talk about a few things in our presentation so that we're not duplicating what Mr. Vanderveen has already indicated. If we could, I can control this, right? With the mouse? Pardon me? What am I clicking? The mouse? Okay, I clicked the wrong thing here. Here we go. So I think we know what this what the development is about, so I'm going to skip over that. In terms of the official plan, we have met most of the requirements. I think that one of the things that you may be surprised I'm here is we're asking for a less dense development than more dense, which I'm usually accused of trying to get too much on a property. And I think Mr. Lesdow will speak a little bit more in terms of the appropriateness of this development relative to the surrounding neighborhoods and what is being proposed, and how, if we were to try to achieve the 50 to 75 units per hectare, which would be almost double if you went to the maximum, how we could actually get that on this property. And we don't believe that it's appropriate for this development. So Mr. Lesdow will be speaking to that a little later. Again, in terms of the zoning bylaw amendment, Mr. Vanderveen went through most of the site-specific provisions that we're looking for. Again, similarly, the zoning bylaw does touch on the number of units in the apartment, the density, and again, even to achieve what we're trying to do, we're reducing the minimum landscape area from 50% to 36%. So if we tried to double the development on this property, I'm not sure how we would even come close to maintaining the landscape area that would be on this development. Just in terms of this, so for the development, one of the important things is that The functional servicing report does indicate that the development can be supported through the existing municipal infrastructure that we would be tying into for this project. The number of studies were done, as Mr. Vanderveen indicated, and the traffic study does indicate that that there will be an acceptable level of traffic with the development. Mr. Lesdo, again, will speak to various iterations, and I must say that we have dealt with a lot of planning staff at the town throughout this process, and we've had different staff, because of turnover, look at this, and we've had varying opinions, so we've gone back and forth a number of times on this, including access to Derby Road, which we did have, then was asked not to have, front-facing onto Derby, then we were asked not to have front-facing, so Mr. Lesdo will touch a little bit more on that whole process. One of the things that we did have was the public open house, and I would like to say that we did speak to the people who were at the open house, and they were supportive of the development that we were proposing in terms of the density, the look of the development, and we did say that, you know, this could be 1.5 to 2 times more dense based on the current plan for the property, and the people that we spoke to did not think that it would be appropriate to double or 1.5 to 2 times the development on this property. So I think what we heard was that they were supportive of this. I think another thing that needs to be considered is that when the owner purchased this property from the District School Board of Niagara, he purchased the whole property, and the secondary plan was based on the whole property. As Mr. Vanderveen indicated, we've lost 5 meters along Derby Road and almost 5 meters along Rebstock Road that the owner paid for and now has to give back for free to the town for road widening. And that's had an impact on the ability to actually meet the secondary plan requirements and even how the apartment was placed. It's a lot of land that had to be given up that was not indicated when the property was sold. So there was a little bit of, I would say, not coordination between the town and the school board of when they were selling it, what maybe the town's requirements that might have been good to have known when the owner purchased it back in 2018. Again, the other thing is, the surrounding neighborhood is mainly single-family residential. There are 2 apartments, but and then there's the co-op, the Crystal Beach Co-op to the north, which is townhouses. So we think this fits with the neighborhood, and the types of housing, stacked townhouses, and things that could make this a more intense development, we don't believe are appropriate. And Mr. Lesdo is going to show some pictures of what we would have to be with stacked townhouses to try to meet the more intense development here. Again, this just shows the surrounding neighborhood, as Mr. Vanderveen pointed out. I think the other thing to point out is in the Crystal Beach secondary plan, this entire property was what was considered for the density, and we're only developing this portion. There was an idea that the whole thing may be purchased and developed, but in this area, there's actually been 2 new houses built. And I don't know when they were, but if you look and drive by, there's 2 new houses. I believe this property may even been subdivided. So I don't believe that this area in any soon would be incorporated into this development with a recent new house being built. The other point I just wanted to touch on was the archaeological assessment. So there was stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessments done. The stage 1 has been received and entered into the provincial registry. Stage 2 was recommended. It has been completed and is under review by the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism. What the result of the stage 2 was that there was 1 Indigenous pre-contact site, and what they identified is what they called lithic debitage, and that's basically waste product from sharpening stones. There were no tools, no arrowheads, nothing was found. It was just waste from the sharpening of tools. But it does trigger a stage 3. So we are undertaking the stage 3. It's not been started yet. But the point I wanted to make was that the staff information report is recommending a holding on the property until the stage 3 is completed. We don't think that's an appropriate use of a holding provision, to bring that back to council once that's done. Really, you have a plan of subdivision, plan of condominium, which will have conditions. It can easily be added as a condition to the plan of subdivision. In fact, I assume it still will be, even if it's dealt with at the zoning. And that, to me, is detail that would more appropriately be dealt with at that point, so that we don't need to come back to council with that. We can't proceed without it anyway. So really what we're asking is for the bigger picture, is of whether council does or doesn't support the development. I'm now going to turn it over to Mr. Lesdow to take us through the actual development process and the various iterations, and I think you'll see it'll answer some of your questions that you had regarding access and other things to the property. Peter.
Your Worship, members of council, in this application, there are two important items I'd like to address for your consideration as this project relates to the town's official plan. The first is the development density, which is lesser density of 38 units per hectare than the official plan suggests, which is more appropriate for this development's built form's integration with its surrounding area. From the response of the open house, it was apparent that the neighbors, or the neighbors that were there, agree. The second is the position of the 4-story apartment building on the site, as suggested in your official plan at the corner of Derby and Rebstock Roads. To better address these two items, a brief history of how the project's design evolved with the input of the town's planning staff will help give the reasoning why we are presenting this proposal to you tonight. Do I go back? How do I go back? How do you go back?
Go back one slide.
How do you go back one slide?
I asked him.
Oh, he's going to do it? Okay. Is he going to do it? Go back one slide. Yeah. So this was not the first one. There's several before this one. Something happened. Yeah, go back, 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 go back. No, you're going forward. You're going forward, go back. Go back.
No, you got to go up to like 10, 12, 10, 10, 10. Thank you.
Is it that one, or? Yeah, okay, so this was the very first development that the owners had requested us to do, and it was totally a townhouse development. And our office designed it accordingly, the way they wanted. It's not clicking.
Left one.
The left one? I am doing the left one. There it goes. Okay, so this were the images that we had on the street, and you can see all these townhouse units. They face the street, and that's our personal preference, and that's pretty much what exists in that area. But what happened was when we had presented this. At the pre-consultation meeting, the town planner at the time recommended that the town would like to see 32-unit apartment building on the site in accordance with your official plan, which is this development here. And in this development, we show the 32 units on the left-hand side, not where the corner was. And I'll get into the reasons why this would have been a more appropriate position, although the position we have now we feel is the best position. And you can see, sort of the images of what would have happened. So we had a second pre-consultation meeting based on them, based on what was given to us, and the planner at the time actually said it was a beautiful development. However, the following adjustments needed to be incorporated into the new plan. The town required the owners to provide for road widening and lands to be deeded to the town. These road widenings were 4.8 meters and up to 5.8 meters on Rebstock Road, and on Derby Road was 4.5 meters, which is quite significant. They suggested the apartment on the corner of Rebstock and Derby Roads align the private road. We originally had a road coming on to Derby. They wanted it aligned with the road across the street, and turn all the condominium units which were facing onto Rebstock and Derby Roads, that the back of these units would now face the roads. So on this one, in addition to the comments made, they provided us this drawing, which showed the amount of lands that are deeded to the town, which is that sort of pinkish kind of thing that goes around the site where the roads are. The position of the 4-story apartment, which they were proposing the block to be right up against the lot line, right beside the 3-story apartment across the street. And they were proposing stacked townhouses on Rebstock Road as well as Derby Road, which you can see in green. And you can see their footprint is much smaller than the development sizes that we were suggesting with the 2-story or story and a half units, which we were proposing, which we thought were more sensitive to the area. So what happens if you look on Rebstock Road and you look on Derby Road is now you got a 4-story block on the corner, and then you have these 3 to 4-story stacked housing units that are being proposed, and you know, we know what they're like, and this is what they're like. They look like this. And I know architecturally they're not good, but that's the massing you're dealing with. And our opinion is this is just, with everything we see around it, is not appropriate for this area. So, and you can see when you intensify a design, like you look at that back parking lot on the top development, there's no landscaping on it at all, because they got to get the cars in there to satisfy the parking requirements for the units. This one here on the lower part, you can see they have like one garage after the other on the ground floor, and that's all you see is just a bunch of garages. And then when you look at the one that's on the far right, you see actually a 2-story building beside it, and you see a 1-story bungalow, and you see how this thing looks like on the corner. That's the kind of image your official plan is saying that it's supposed to be, and we don't agree with that approach. So that's why it was important for us to bring that to you. Now on the smaller site, we developed this design. And within this design, the Derby Road connection, we couldn't make it without interrupting the efficiency of the site, so we reconfigured the road network to work the way you see it now. And we also turned all the units as was suggested to us, so that they all face the interior of the site. But to compensate for that, what we did was we had redesigned, and you can see in the perspectives that I'm going to show you, we made them look like they're the front, so at least the building architecture addresses the street. Also, the idea was, with respect to the stacked townhouses, as the images I just showed you, we don't, in this area, don't feel it's appropriate. I don't think anybody, I don't know what people's thoughts are, but I get this sometimes, because sometimes somebody does an official plan or so, they don't fully realize when you write something in it exactly what it means in terms of the built environment. And I think this is a case like that. I had an old boss who used to write these kind of documents, and I remember one time him saying, when he was working on a design where he actually wrote the bylaw, I said, well, why did I write that? And this is a case like that. So with respect to this, because we didn't put the apartment block on that corner the way it's shown, and they show it right to the lot line, because there's a 3-story apartment block right beside it. So when you do that, you create this sort of cavernous, because Derby Road isn't wide. You've got these two masses together, and you've got this one road that goes between them. There's no area, there's no place in that area where something like that exists. It's not integral with the area. The other issue is that why would you put two masses right in the corner? Why wouldn't you break it up and disperse them along the streetscape, and so they don't be perceived as being so big? So what we did was, yeah, I could have easily taken that apartment block and put it on the corner, but it's better because you have the 3-story mass, and then you have a good separation between the 4-story mass, and then you have a mass that's smaller in between the two that breaks up the street facade. So that was the logic or reasoning why we did what we did with the design on what we're showing you today. Also, the central position, it kind of allowed us, we pulled it back from the street, and if you look at the elevation, how the apartment addresses the street, which is critically important, as opposed to just being like a block apartment, in that position, the way the floor plan worked, it allowed us to create a lot of play with the building's facade to break up the block mass of it. So to get back to this, with respect to the apartment's architecture, the building's street-facing facade is not designed, as I just said, as a flat slab or simple rectangular block typical of many apartment buildings. Instead, the front facade steps back along the street line. This, combined with projecting balconies, creates an attractive undulating wall composed of vertical planes, helping to break down the building's mass to a more human scale along the road. Like the townhouse elevations facing the public road, the apartment's designed including gables to break up the roof mass. To further break the building's mass, there are changes in colors in its materials to articulate the floors. The ground floor is in stone. We have a second and third floor in a colored siding, and then the fourth floor in a natural wood, board, and batten pattern. With respect to the buildings on Derby Road, a more appropriate arts and crafts cottage architectural style was chosen in keeping with the character of this neighborhood. The front facades, which you've seen on the other one, they have a high standard of design that have intricate arts and crafts details such as entry porches, columns, doors, window trims. In addition to these details, the facades have a variety of materials including stone, colored siding, natural wood, shingle siding, gables. And the other thing to note is your bylaw allows us to do 8 units per block. We did 4 units per block, just again to break the mass down of this development. So just to wrap things up, in conclusion, the intent of the design was not to create a distinct development apart from the area, which if we did the stacked towns or that apartment block, it would. This usually is done in developments of this type with townhouse buildings all looking the exact same. Rather, in keeping with the varied existing residences and to maintain the village feeling, the following was done. The composition of the architectural elements across the facades are varied but consistent throughout the development's townhouse and apartment building. Roof shapes and gable peaks vary between buildings. There's color variations, which you can see across the buildings to create a sense of individuality between the similar and residential buildings in the surrounding area. This development, like all others, cannot help but be something unto itself. However, as provided above, with respect to how this development addresses the existing streets, scale, architecture, and variety of its buildings, it is designed that is sensitive and integrates with its surroundings. So.
Anything further, Mr. Terrace? Thank you very much, Mr. Lesdow. Anything further, Mr.
Nope,
Terrace?
that's it.
Okay, so if you two gentlemen would just wait there in case there's some questions by members of council. Councillor Lewis, it's your award.
Yeah, it's turning into Tom's night. Thank you for the presentation tonight, and I want to start by saying thank you for the regard you have had with the neighborhood. I know you've looked at this proposal from a number of different angles, not all of which I was privy to, but certainly am now tonight. I have a couple of questions, and the one being, is it possible to bring the site plan back up just to ease the pain in my trying to describe something?
How do I go backwards?
Cole's really good at that.
Okay. Oops, so just,
Perfect, yeah, that one works for me. I do appreciate and I understand where you're going with respect to the towering, the narrow streets, the existing 3-story, and I think you've given certainly me something to think about that I wasn't thinking before. One of my concerns is with respect to especially Rebstock Road and parts of Derby being addressed by keeping townhomes along Derby. But with respect to Rebstock Road and what's going to be townhouses across the street and single detached further down, was there ever any consideration to the 4-story apartment being located anywhere in building blocks 4 and 6, which is further away from the residents of Rebstock, closer to a development to the north, which is more townhouse style or taller style than the Rebstock? And I'm just wondering your comments on that.
No, I did not do a study where we looked at the 4-story apartment building at the rear of the property. If you look at there's ways, it's hard to explain. The way the site is developed and the road network, it connects all the units together, if I'm making myself clear, and that the 4-story building in the front is isolated unto its own with its own parking and the rest. To bring it into the back, I think would create some geometry problems to do that. Not
But is
that
that something
not that it couldn't be done, but
is that something that would be could be looked at from your point, or would you be willing to?
he doesn't pay the bills.
That's a yes then.
To look at. So you agree totally with what I'm saying. So you're saying, hey, a 4-story building on that corner, unless it's handled sensitively, would be better to be put in the back. I totally appreciate what your viewpoint is.
And it's keeping the neighborhoods, for the most part, the neighborhoods.
You want it as a neighborhood,
But
yeah.
also allowing for the intensification to some degree, which is provincially mandated, and quite frankly, you guys are not coming in with the asking for the moon in terms of the total number of units you could. But I'm just wondering what flexibility would there be with your proposal to maybe look at blocks 4 and 6, and maybe that's not an option, but I like options.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, as Peter pointed out, I think one of the original ones looked at the apartment in the back, but where block 2 is, correct? Yes.
That worked well.
Yeah, so we did have it there, and then in consultation with the town, they didn't like it in the back, so that's why we come back to the front.
What planning's position was, well, if anything gets developed on the side, then you got the block too close to the side. That's what I was told, so we reworked it to the front, because then it's not so impactful to what's around it. It worked for me better on that side, in the logic of it, because the design, you can go back. Yeah, you can see the 4-story apartment there with the parking. We made it long, and then we did the parking behind it.
Sorry, I think
You've got it there, yeah.
That one there.
So we did it there, and then we did the parking behind it. But what was natural was part of the reason why I did it at that time was that was already a severed piece of property. Like, that was already done. When we talked with planning, they said, Peter, don't worry about that. You can sever it any which way you want. So, make it work on another with another solution. So when we got back their site plan, it showed it on the corner. I just moved it from the corner down Okay, it still faced the street, it seemed that'd be the impression of what they wanted, and then we just put the block units back where they were. That way, if anybody builds beside it, there isn't a 4-story building directly on the property beside you. That's the history of it.
And I'm just going to, that was my one question. The other was the loss of the 5-meter setback on Rebstock Road and Derby Road. You had mentioned that the school board and the town did not disclose that information. I'm just wondering, was the town or the school board ever asked? Because my understanding would be when you're purchasing property, the due diligence is really on the purchaser, not on the seller. So that comment was made kind of in a way that alludes that we, the town of Fort Erie, misled the purchaser. And I just want to be clear, I don't think that was...
I don't think that was the intent. Again, we weren't involved in 2018, but
I'm going to say one thing that cost me a lot of work was when we went through the first pre-consultation, nobody mentioned this setback thing. I went back to the drawing board, I drew it again, and then said, oops, by the way, we need 5 meters around there. And that, that affected us a lot in terms of the final site design or development. Actually, yeah. So that was the history of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Sorry, anyone else? So I appreciate all the work that has been done with respect to this, Mr. Lesdow in particular. You've now heard that, I think you've heard that we have an abundance of townhouses coming online. We don't have a lot of apartment units. Those are extremely important, particularly from the perspective of people who want to sell their homes and get into an accommodation where they can live in the same place that they lived for many years. Why couldn't you put 2 apartment units on here instead of 1? Yeah. Forget about the townhouses.
I'm just the vessel for people to tell me what their needs are. But I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say, hey, you got the 1 4-story thing. You know, guys, the block you got on one side or the other, you could consider doing another apartment building. I could talk with the owner and see if they're amenable to something like that. But it's really their decision. I mean, they're footing the bill, and they're, you know, I can't speak for them.
I appreciate that. And so, even though there's a 5 meter or 4.8 meter request along Derby Road, why would that require you then to turn the houses around, the townhomes around?
Well, this is what I was told. I had a meeting, and because generally this is the way, you can see how we do it. We have the houses all facing the street, and that's the way I like it. I like it that it's part of the streetscape. But we were told to turn them, they said, because they're busy roads and people backing out of their driveways, et cetera, et cetera. Well, when I looked at it, I mean, the driveways, when you look at the development, they're quite long, that before it even came into Rebstock Road and Derby Road. So they were enough length of the road that you're not right on the roadway, so that you can see, you know, what's behind you before you get out. And I personally didn't see those roads as being so busy, but that doesn't mean in the future that they may become very busy. I don't know the future development of how the place may happen. So that's how it happened.
So to my concern, this isn't something that in principle you or the owner are necessarily opposed to.
No, we wanted this. Okay. Yeah, we wanted this. Yeah, what it does is it creates, when you do this, you already have an existing road, and it creates efficiencies for you, which we lost because now we had to do everything interior-wise with the private roads, and you lose units by doing that.
Okay. And so, and also, just one other question. One of the conceptual plans that you showed was the streetscape along Derby Road. Mm-hmm. Looked like there was a sidewalk on your side.
I might have put it under render. Yeah, let's look at it. Is it there? Go back. No, not, yeah, there's a sidewalk there. Yeah, the sidewalk was put in because that was what was on the site plan, because we were told to put a sidewalk in there at the time. Okay. Which we, you know.
Okay,
yeah, so it automatically gets in, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, are there any other questions of either Mr. Lesdow or Mr. Terrace? No? Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in support of the application other than the owner and the owner's consultants. And if there isn't, Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room? Then I'm going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or who has questions that they wish to raise about the application. When you come forward, please tell us your name and address for the record. I'm going to go with Mr. Poole first because I saw his hand first. Good evening, Mr. Poole.
I'm Robert Poole, 3989 Webstock Road, Crystal Beach. I live across from this project. The only thing I see wrong with it is basically I would like to see the high-rise put in the back of the property, away from the road. Because when I look out, it'd be nice to see like a step where everything, the steps from a low building to higher buildings, instead of making like it look like a canyon out front and stuff. And the other thing is the issues about our water on Repstock Road, on the road itself. I see that the developer said he's not going to be responsible for that. Is the town going to do something about it? Nobody has an answer.
That's something that staff will respond to.
Well,
I see there was
because,
something to indicate
like,
that
okay,
the developer is supposedly going to be required to reconstruct part of that road, but that's something that staff can respond to.
Well, every time it rains on our road, it's like a lake. Okay, people walk their dogs, there are a lot of people that walk dogs down Rebstock Road. In the wintertime, they get sprayed and stuff like that. And it's about time the city did something. I go to Stevensville, and I see all these beautiful sidewalks with curbs and all the things. In Crystal Beach, we have nothing.
Okay, so Mr. Poole, just to be clear,
Yes.
those are new subdivisions you're talking about.
No, even on the main drag, going into on Stevensville, down the main drag from the light down to the conversation center. They have new curbs and sidewalks, and they're level.
Well, the road's been reconstructed.
Oh, it will be, eh? Oh, I'm sorry, I appreciate that.
Okay.
That's the only thing I have to say about the thing. I'd like to see something put in there. I'm glad they're doing something with that, but I would appreciate that they would take the high-rise off the main drag and put it towards the back of the property, and we'd have that berm type of thing and stuff. And I don't know why they didn't, the town said they couldn't have a road allowance off of Derby too. Why does this all have to come off the one thing? The original building was on Derby. Nothing came off that property onto Rebstock since I've lived there, and I've been there since 1980. And basically, otherwise, I'd like to see something there and what they're doing. And if they don't want to put the high rise in and just put in another townhouse, that would be appreciated too. I don't know why the city is stopping that, but I know you have your rules to the government. I know your hands are tied, but that's the only thing I would appreciate done there. And the water issue. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Okay, don't go away.
Okay.
Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Poole? We're used to seeing your brother.
Oh, well, he's in Florida, otherwise he'd be here.
Okay.
He sent me instead, eh? And, no, I got one other question. From the other development on thing, I know, they cut all the trees down. Did they have permission to do that?
Okay, you have to stick to what's on.
No, I'm just asking a question. We have a tree policy in our town.
We have a policy to deal with the public meeting that we're in.
Yeah, I'm the same, but I just wanted to, I'm here, I just want to ask a question.
You can call,
I'll get around
you can
it.
send me an email, I'll give you an answer.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because I wonder if they got a fine or not for cutting trees down they weren't supposed to. Anyway, have a nice evening, and thank you very much.
Send me an email, you'll get an answer.
I will.
Okay, Reverend Thomas.
So Reverend Bill Thomas, 4065 Village Creek Drive, just around the corner from those new sidewalks and stuff along East Main. Yeah, so I expected you know what I'm going to say. I I actually appreciate the development. It looks pretty good to me. I do agree with the comments of Mr. Poole and some that I've heard in the gallery while the presentation was happening about the placement of the apartment building. But, you know, I don't live there. I drive through there. I love Crystal. I love to drive down to Crystal Beach. So, you know, anything to enhance, but also to build a little bit of capacity would be great. I can't remember who it was, whether it was the town presentation or the developer presentation that said that there had been no consideration for affordable or attainable housing. And so I just want to put it out there, the presentation beforehand, and I know we can't talk about that one, but they were very intentional about attainable and affordable housing. And I think that having mixed housing is more than doable. It's more than doable and actually enhances a community rather than deters from it. And so I would encourage the developer to, and the town. So I would encourage the developer to give some consideration to whether affordable or attainable units could be included in this development. And if they decided to go with the second apartment building, which I heard mentioned a couple of times, that would be a prime opportunity. But on the other hand, I would also encourage town staff that as these conversations are continuing and as we go from this information report to a recommendation report, that attainable or affordable housing be given not just due diligence, but like be really encouraged. Because I think that is one of the needs that is becoming more and more relevant on a daily basis in the work that I do with the community in Fort Erie. And that is true in Crystal Beach, it is true in Bridgeburg, it's true in Stevensville. And if we can incorporate some affordable or attainable, and I have whole questions around what affordable and attainable is. But if we could encourage developers to be giving that some very real thought and to find ways in which we can incorporate that kind of social good into ongoing development, that would be phenomenal. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Reverend Thomas. Any questions? Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, sir, please come forward, and then I'll go over here. Good evening.
Good evening. Hey, Tom. Tom's my counselor. I haven't met him, but I've left some phone calls for him a few times. I live on 408 Rebstock Road.
And your name?
Drew Valley.
Sorry?
Okay, the gentleman before me, I'm just going to address some of his. I know he's talking about affordable housing, but I think this developer is building some apartments there to help those people, right? And there's affordable housing all around there. And I think the developer is looking at how to fit a development within the existing neighborhood to accommodate the apartment, the townhouses. Yeah, do I like the townhouse, the apartment? No, of course not. I live in this single-family home and just built there. But I think they are trying to make a development that fits within that area. And he's taking the people who live around there into accommodation what they're building there. That's my first thing. I agree with Tom on that. I think the apartment would be better in the back instead of fronting on Rebstock. I think that's a really good option to move that apartment building in the back and building those other houses on the front. And I think that the neighborhood around there, it's sort of fits in better, right? So that's my other point. And then the other gentleman was talking about the water issues. Okay. That street is absolutely horrible. I have the main drain on my front yard. And I think some of the neighbors would laugh. I probably have the size of a 30-foot pool there this year. My entire driveway was almost covered in water. And this deep, 1.5 feet deep. So there's a drainage issue on that street. I don't know if the developer or the town really knows, because when I built my house there, I brought it up to the town planning. And I think it's 3990. There's a storm drain in the back of that property that all those properties to the left, to the east, drain that way from the back, not just the road, from the back of the properties. So I approached the town about it because I had some issues with the water, and I did what the town wanted me to do, to fix the issues, make all the neighbors happy, which I did. But all those properties in the rear there go over to 3990, and there's a storm drain in the back of that property, but the town don't recognize the storm drain, but we all know it's there. So I told them about it, oh, we don't know it's there. Well, yes, it is there. So there's a massive water issue that's coming from the east to that property. So at 3999, if you came down there during the snow, that storms we had, you would find like almost 2 feet water in the back of his property. And then my neighbor beside me, he's flooded out constantly. So I don't know if they understand the water flow and how they could accommodate it, come from all the other properties around there. So there is a water issue, not only on the road of Redstock, but on the rear properties of there. I don't know if he's ever really seen that, but I see it constantly. And the other gentleman said about in the wintertime, well, come by mine. One of the city trucks got stuck in my driveway, sunk right in the ground, right? Because he ran in to use my urinal when I was building my house. His truck got stuck there. But people walk by there in the wintertime, and it's like an ice rink right in front of my property because it does not drain properly on that street. So I just want to, the water issue, there is a major water issue there. So that's what I wanted to bring that up also.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
Okay?
Before you go, any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now I'm going to go to the lady over here. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. I'm Cheryl Mann, 4009 Rebstock, 2 doors down from Mr. Poole. Appreciated his comments. I was going to talk about that, so I'll leave it, but I'm totally with the apartment building being moved instead of being right this giant thing in front of us. And I've been really, although I very much appreciate the developers, the architects, I think they've done a really nice job. But having 2 driveways on Rebstock, my presentation is going to be all about safety. 40 years in healthcare and retired 3 years ago and still obsessed with this topic. But there's something very bad going on the street. I really need, someone has my pictures I sent, which will explain all the water. I have pictures of the water, I have pictures. Okay, there's my house. There's my house. Okay, can we go back to my house for a second here? All right, so you can see the sidewalk. My sidewalk, I actually have the best part of the sidewalk on the road because I had a tree that was a town tree that had grown well over my sewage and water hookups. I had water going against my house for 6 years because the town would not cut down that tree or do something. And I had massive water bills for ages. And anyways, finally got something done 4 years ago. And they did put in that new sidewalk 2 years ago because the sidewalk was like this because of the tree. And it's nice, except see how it is right on the road? So this is the big problem on this street. And with this development, I think someone has noted, as I noted, the development doesn't have any sidewalks. So all these people, these hundreds of people who will live there will be walking right along here. So if you wouldn't mind, could you go to the, yeah. So here's what happened. This was March of 6 years ago, 2020. A car, while I was working from home, went right through this tree, which is right on the sidewalk, right at my neighbor's. And if you see how the truck went right through it. It went from across the street, kind of went over, he was on drugs, and just went right through it middle of the day. There's another one, same, so you can kind of see what happens here. See how close all the hydro poles on the street are right at the sidewalk. Okay, so when everyone's talking about the sidewalk, there's my car, you can see, or my car back then, you can see the, right on the grass there, it went right just past my bumper and took out that, see, yeah, unbelievable, right? Now, this seems like a weird anomaly, That happened 2 more times. It happened on our street about a year later, and then on a street just off our street about a year after that. So this isn't an unusual thing. What's this? Okay, so here I am, just coming out of my house. There's a stroller. I think there was a picture before that, wasn't there?
Mrs. Mann, I'm
Yep.
going to ask you to try to tie this into the
I
application
am.
before us.
It all has to do with the sidewalks. I'm sorry, Your Worship.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all to do with the sidewalk. I want you to see what it's like to live on a street where the sidewalk is exactly where the road is. It's at the same level. So here's a car. I'm just there with the stroller. I've got my dog. Just come out of my house and see this car. I'm actually on my property right now. The sidewalk is covered in ice, and as you see this car going past, it's like an inch from the sidewalk, right? So see, I'm pointing at her like, slow down, or, and I think there was 2 more of those pictures, but anyways, I think you skipped a bunch. What's that? There's 20 pictures. For goodness sakes. I have it's on the hub, and I sent it by email as well. Oh, okay, anyways, you've missed a bunch of trucks, just just almost hitting us. Here's the water. There should be, I think, 5 or 6 pictures of the water. This is just a regular rain. This isn't some torrential downpour. See, you can see it's just sprinkling. Look at that. In the winter, it just makes ice on all the sidewalks. It's impossible to traverse this. To add a huge building and this whole development, look, there's sidewalk. See how it goes right up on the sidewalk there? Again, it's not even raining right now. You can tell from the picture, right? It just stays there forever. There's Drew, with his drain there. He's right across the street from me, right? Trying to dig out get the... So my point, Your Worship and councillors, is I'm all for the development. I like what they did. I like how they turned the buildings around so we don't have to look at cars all day. I have lived in a major city where, developments happen in new areas, and all you can see are cars in the driveway. It's horrific. We all have big properties, and I guess we all move there for that reason. And this is outrageous. I'm really disappointed that the pictures of cars driving pretty much on the sidewalk were lost here somehow. Oh, there's one. Look at that. He's right on the sidewalk driving by. See, there's another car coming the other way. He has to go over so what are we going to do when all this construction happens with all these trucks coming up and down the road? I'm just begging to build it's also a narrow sidewalk, to build a proper width, proper height sidewalk all the way down this road. There's a proper sidewalk once you pass Gorham Road, and see, here's another one. Look at this car. It almost hit me. I'm just walking out of my house with the dog. He's on the wrong side of the road going this way. I didn't even look because I don't know why he's there. I looked that way, but check it out. Nobody would want to live this way, and if you're going to add hundreds of cars coming up and down the street with Amazon and contractors and whoever's going to come, and nobody just goes into their house and then leaves and then comes back and that's it. You go in and out. This is a lot of cars, and I'm just begging, just build a proper sidewalk, please, for the love of God. Okay, and that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions by members of council? Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you, and through you to the presenter this evening, thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned a lot of concern about the road. I'm just curious, have you submitted that section of Rebstock Road for traffic calming screening?
We had a traffic calming, 2 of them. There was one for trucks because the development from Schooley Road, I guess someone complained about that, which was true. They weren't supposed to be on our road, but I guess they're going to Tim Hortons all the time, or I don't know what's going on. Up and down, up and down. So you did a traffic survey for that. There wasn't a single truck for a week as soon as you put those little things on the ground. I don't know where they went. And then a week later, they're all back, dozens and dozens and dozens a day. So that's the one I'm aware of. I think there was one many years ago. I remember that was 8 years ago or something.
If I may, Your Worship, I'm just checking the town's website right now, and I can see that it's not on the list, having been submitted. If you have a moment, go home, go type into Google Fort Erie traffic calming requests.
Great.
Highlight your section of Rebstock Road, put in a request.
Thank you, I will. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Ma'am, before you go, no, look, you've had your opportunity. Mrs. Mann, the Director of Infrastructure Services is here. He will get your photographs. He is familiar, if not before, he's certainly familiar now, but I believe that you may have sent some of these in before, or at least one of your neighbors did. So we are familiar with the problem, and that will be taken up by
Yeah, the
Infrastructure Services.
water's, it's a constant thing, and especially since it's rained a lot. I don't know what pictures were sent, but yeah.
Yep, very much. Thank you. Councillor Lewis?
Did you not submit that for that road during the public meeting when we were dealing with the townhouses across the street? Because I believe we did start that conversation, but we'll absolutely, I have to ask a question, so you'd
Sure.
be happy if we followed this up? to see
We
that-
started the conversation because I presented at this meeting, but I wasn't allowed to present any pictures at the time. Don't get me started on that.
We won't.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Anyone else who wishes to address council on this matter? Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Ms. Bleeks, come on up. Good evening.
Alma Bleaks, 411 Cherrywood Avenue, Crystal Beach. This may seem a little off, but back in the day when the school was torn down, and most of us met with town staff about what the possibilities were for developing this property, town staff promised very clearly that they would very strongly encourage any developer to put in a community space in this development. I'm wondering if this promise got lost, buried, because those town staff are no longer here. It was the town planning staff at the time. So I'm just wondering if that just got lost, because we have no community room in Crystal Beach. So that was a promise that was made, I think, to sort of placate us when we lost our school.
We'll have the staff look into that. If the
Pardon?
staff, we'll have the staff here look into what the history of that was. Was that during the secondary plan public meetings that you would have discussed that with staff?
No, that was specific meetings to do with planning after the school was sold. It was specific meetings around what the development might look like.
Okay. Ms. Dewari will look into that.
Okay.
Anything further?
No, thank you. Well, I have to say, I wonder if town staff are taking into consideration this development, the development happening, or going to happen on the south side of Rebstock, the development going to happen, I presume, up Derby Road, across from the cemetery, the development that may eventually happen in between Wellington Court and Elmwood, that huge strip of land that could take on hundreds of units, if that was the choice. And then the development that's supposed to happen on Ridgeway Road across from the cemetery. So you're looking at maybe a quarter square mile just in that area of, what, 500 units altogether, possibly? Maybe more? So is that something being considered as each application comes in? Because that's a heck of a lot of cars. If there's 500 units, that's automatically 750 cars. On our little alleyways that we call streets, you know, it's going to be ridiculous in many areas. I mean, how is the water and waste management going to cope with that, given that I gather the green trucks go up and down Ridgeway Road now to empty out waste from the water treatment plant? So, yeah, my friends tell me, oh, we see them go up and down the road all the time. So how are we going to deal with all of that when we already have trouble I can't imagine our little town suddenly becoming a disaster area because planning hasn't sort of stopped or at least shrunk some of these developments.
So, Ms. Bleak, the reality is that we're subject to provincial legislation, policy statements, all kinds of other documentation. I'm sure you're familiar with the pressure coming from Toronto with respect to housing, and property owners, developers have certain rights. We can comply with our policy documents. We have to comply with the provincial documents. So it is a challenge. It's roads, water, wastewater, school capacity. There's a whole bunch of those issues that this council...
Not to mention quality of life that we moved here to achieve, and we're going to lose.
But we don't have the ability to close the doors when you come to Fort Erie. We don't have the ability to do that, nor do we have the ability to close the door after any of these developments. So we approve a lot of things and a lot of the developments don't move forward, but they're all something that's top of mind to staff and to the agencies that comment on the various applications and to this council.
Well, I'm just hoping that staff can be as vigilant as possible in terms of shrinking these developments to whatever level the rich developers will accept. And I guess be aware as well, there's a heck of a lot of protests going on right now against a lot of the legislation that's being put forward. So it's not as if this is going to last forever. But if all of these developments get approved, then they last forever. And then we're screwed, excuse me, but we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis has a question, Ms. Bleaks.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Bleaks. Just a couple of questions, and I agree with you in many aspects of look and feel, and I think the mayor's commented on some of our constraints and inability to be able to do things that we once were able to do 20 years ago when I sat on council in my first term. We've had 28 changes to the Planning Act in the first 3 years, which I find difficult to follow, which I can't imagine how the public generally feels. That being said, we deal with applications as they're submitted to us. There's applications that were submitted to this Fort Erie Council 20 years ago that have still never been built, which is part of the reason why I like putting a provision on new applications, so they have to be built within a certain period of time and they just don't sit on the books. I'm going to get to my question in a minute. You had mentioned, and I don't disagree with where you're coming from in terms of shrinking development. I struggle with it because you need development in a community to grow. I'm from this community. I know you moved here a number of years ago. If we took that approach when you moved here, you wouldn't be here. And I don't think that's right. We do need new people in the community, but we also need developers that are going to work with us to try and make things as best we can. But our hands are somewhat limited in what we can do. I just want to know, what is it that we aren't doing or staff aren't doing to try and shrink development? And I'm not saying we want to shrink development, but you've asked us to do something, and I'm trying to figure out, because it's not the first time I've heard it from several people, but help me. What can we do? What tool do we have that we're not already using to try and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I just want to address this because I don't disagree with some of your comments, but I've heard this from a number of people in the community over the last 3 and a bit years being here, but no one's been able to offer me a solution on what we can do better than we're already trying to manage. And I'm just wondering, do you have that solution for us?
I don't know that there's any extreme solution until the government changes, the provincial government changes. So I guess maybe holding off as best as possible, any new development, until the government changes, and maybe then we can get the rules changed again, back to be more reasonable. I'm not saying, yes, I very much want a seniors apartment building in Crystal Beach. I don't want to move out of Crystal Beach when I can't manage to live in my home anymore. I would like to live in an apartment, but I can't afford to sell my place and buy something else, because that's not an option. You know, the housing that's going into Crystal Beach at the moment, like the 5 on Glen Springs, starting at 749,000 and going up to over 800,000 with no garage in some of them. It's ludicrous. I don't know who's moving into those, but it's certainly not anybody in middle income. So yeah, if some of this was affordable housing, might be a bit better, but a 4-story, I understood 4-story and 5-story was only along Erie Road and Ridgeway Road, that it wasn't okay on Rebstock Road. But maybe that got sort of snuck through on the plan during COVID, because I think some of the secondary plan happened then, and there just wasn't as much involvement happening then. So maybe delaying as long as you can. Maybe developers will get disgusted. I mean, who's buying anything right now anyhow? It's too expensive for most people.
Yeah.
So it's really not worthwhile. I mean, if you then take in Schooley Road development, which I gather is up for sale again because they've gone broke, there's another whole section of how many cars that are coming to our area. So no, I'm not against affordable housing. Yes, lovely, lovely, lovely.
Yep.
Or at least rent geared to income, which makes sense. Because you don't want to create a ghetto.
I'm with you on many of those comments. I just want to ask one last question, because you mentioned slowing development. You are aware that we have a timeline, once the application has been deemed complete, that we have 125 days, 26 days to deal with the application. After that, the developer can take us to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and then we're paying court costs. So, and I think there is also a danger, and I'm going to ask, don't you agree, to having an image in the community that we are a community against development. I think that's very dangerous. I think we have to strike that balance, and I think that's what you're frustrated with, and I hear you, because I hear it from many people, but I just want to be very clear. There's a timeline that we are legally obligated, and I hope you're aware of that. Don't you agree? Because I have to ask a question up here.
I'm aware of that, but I think maybe, I don't know why developers suddenly have decided they love Crystal Beach and they'll put up with us saying no to it, and they're just coming in droves.
Probably all the same reason we've all chosen to come here, but I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bleak. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council? Okay, Mr. Patton, take another look at the digital waiting room. Okay, any late communications, clerk?
No additional comments have been received.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move to report PBBS 16-2026. Can I have a move? Pardon? That's the one we just did. Yeah. Do you have a mover? Councillor McDermott. That report's on the floor for information purposes. Questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and just a few quick comments, and I want to preface them by saying that I've seen Mr. Terrace here before. I'm familiar. I don't think his colleague, the architect, has been here before. I hope we get to see him again, and the reason being, I came into this with an opinion of what I thought was being done, and a very passionate description of what they were trying to achieve has helped alleviate some of those concerns. Now, not all of them, I'll go back to them, but there are certain individuals that we see appear here at this council where we know we're going to get good information, very thoughtful, purposeful information to the conclusions that they put into. And I felt that way this evening, at least from that perspective. So I certainly hope we get to see you here again at some point in the future. Now, I will say that I share the same concern with, I think, every single member of this council with an over-proliferation of townhomes in our community. And it's a challenge because we know that where our certain matrix of what the demand is, and it's, You know, it's one thing when a builder goes in and does their marketing because they're focused on a certain product that they're trying to sell, and the marketing they find ways to make the marketing work with it. We have the benefit here on council and through our planning staff to have a fulsome look at our entire community and the type of housing being built, the challenges we're facing with certain housing stock. So I was quite pleased when I heard some of the comments this evening that there may be an appetite to change the layout of this property, possibly have another apartment building in here. It's not very often where we sit here and we have concerns about a development that is reducing density. It's usually the other way around. They're trying to push the envelope on density. And this one here is going below the envelope, and I don't think we're far removed with what we're trying to accomplish. It's just how we get there. Certainly one bit of advice, and maybe planning staff can broach this issue when we come back to a recommendation report, is if they're looking to have some single level type condominium individual units, there may be an opportunity in there to do some semi-style units. We don't have a lot of those in our community. Even maybe some small single homes that could be perhaps fit in on the condominium side of things. My preference though for this, and I love I think the urban design is phenomenal. I think there was a lot of thought, certainly with respect to the apartment locations and the community input and the discussions. It's clear they put a lot of thought into this from what I heard tonight, and the descriptions and the rationale behind it. I think if we can find a way to achieve our need for more of the apartment style housing, reduce the number of townhomes, I don't think this is insurmountable. I think we can get there, and those are just my comments this evening. Maybe kind of shuffle around the housing matrix a bit, but it's clear to me that they've put a lot of thought into this, and I'm hoping we can find some middle ground on this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Lewis.
I'll be brief. My comments are similar to Councillor Dubanow's. Certainly, I've mentioned before, I think the option of looking at the apartment building to the north would be a preference of the neighborhood. I do want to also say, I think this developer has come in with an approach that's been mindful of the neighborhood and the community, which is certainly appreciated, and certainly having regard for the neighborhood plan, which I think is incredibly important. I'm just going to leave my comments there. I will be supporting the information report, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Christensen.
I'll add, just again, agree with my colleagues, and also add that I very much appreciate the actual design, the renderings. I'm of the firm opinion that a wide range of housing options can be beautiful in different places. If they're in the wrong place, they stick out like a sore thumb. What you've done is actually reflected the rest of the community. So I want to thank you for that. It really was quite impressive. And I would say if there is a rethought and subject to planning advice, I spent a considerable amount of time some time ago arguing for townhouses fronting on the street, not showing the backyard to their neighbors. So I must admit I have to remain consistent in my own personal preference for that. I believe in communities, not walls. So that would be the thing. And again, yes, I would concur with my colleagues. Townhouses, but not necessarily townhouses, if there's space.
That was clear.
Oh, what I meant was I agree with them on the need for apartment units, and I think Ms. Bleeks was expressing the opinion of a lot of people. I remember Councillor Dubanow talking about people having to move from his community because we didn't have apartments, seniors. So that I hope that's clear.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Ms. Dilawri, I trust that you and Mr. Vanderveen have been taking notes and that you've heard comments by council and by the public with respect to this, and we'll see something of greater interest to us as this moves forward. Thank you. Yeah, okay, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the information report? None opposed, that is carried. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now. It's 8:54. We're going to come back at 9:04. Did you see him? Mr. Patton, have you got you got things going? Perfect. Okay, so we're back. We're going to deal with the consent agenda. I need a mover for that, Councillor Lewis. Are there any questions or comments with respect to any of the reports? And you'll note that there have been some additional reports put into the consent agenda. Both the use of corporate resources for election purposes, policy review, and the memorandum regarding Niagara Transit. Any questions? If not, then I'm going to call the question with respect to all of the reports and the recommendations in the consent agenda. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. I'm going to go to corporate services right now. We've got a delegation from Hemson Consulting, and so we're going to go to there, and Councillor Flagg, I'm handing the chair to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate and Community Services now in session. We do have a presentation this evening from Andrew Mirabella, planner from Henson Consulting on the asset management of financial strategy. Good evening. Thank you for being patient this evening. Welcome.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Andrew Mirabella, Associate Partner at Hemson. I got here with me my colleague, Christopher Billette. There is a presentation that we have. I guess we'll give it a second. I'll keep doing my introductions while it's being pulled up. Today's presentation is on the asset management plan, and particularly surrounding the financial strategy, which we had prepared to kind of supplement the AMP that was done from the town a few years ago. So today's presentation, again, is really centered around the financial strategy. We weren't going to be diving back into the details of that 2024 plan in terms of the number of assets, the valuation of infrastructure, the service levels. It was really taking a lot of those outputs and deriving a long-term plan of how the municipality can look to achieving some of those asset investment requirements that were identified in that plan, and what kind of some of the different financial tools the municipality can do in order to get there over the longer term, recognizing that imposing some of those capital investments right up front in year one would be a little bit more cumbersome from a tax levy perspective. So this is about looking at things over a 5, 10, 15, and 20-year period. Yeah, that's the one. There we go. Thank you. So in terms of our agenda, we'll go through some of the background and key assumptions. I'll look at the financial forecast. We've done some benchmarking with some similar and surrounding municipalities. We'll go through some of our financial recommendations and some of the key takeaways that we have from that plan. So just as an overview and a summary, really the town has been quite proactive in this particular initiative to understand the financial requirements to manage their infrastructure over the longer term. This is really kind of, I would say, an advanced step from many municipalities. The regulation required AMPs to be done from a proposed level of service standard from July 1st of 2025. So this is really taking that next step, trying to understand the fiscal implications, trying to expand upon that plan. So kudos to the finance department for kind of going on this particular path here. Some of the results here, recognizing that the financial impacts and the capital investments identified in the AMP will require increases in both tax and utility rate funded services in order to meet those long-term objectives, and that's part of the plan here, is trying to get there over that planning horizon. One of the things that we've seen here through the results is trying to leverage and increase the use of debt financing as a pretty important tool to try to help achieve those capital investment requirements. You'll see that when we get into the benchmarking, and some of our recommendations here is about trying to leverage that debt, increasing the usage of it over the planning period, which will still put you within line of other municipalities. And then part of that is just trying to manage and balancing act of your proposed level of services needs, trying to look at your debt financing and keeping the affordability considerations in check while we go through here, while managing a positive reserve fund balance and not putting the town into a fiscally undue position. So the financing strategy really, again, does build on the town's previously completed plan. The report itself is obviously a standalone document, but we have, as part of this process, provided the municipality with a long-term financial planning model in MS Excel, so they can actually utilize that model, and we'd hope that they'd be bringing forward those that model every year, or at least a couple times in the next couple of years, to look at trying to understand what those long-term fiscal implications are, complement the budget process, try to help identify some of those future challenges and opportunities, really inform council's decision-making process as we get in through the budget needs and trying to understand your assets and how those are going to change with your service levels. So what we have here is our total tax-funded expenditure forecast totals about $790 million over that period to 2045. So we built the planning period beyond our 10-year capital budget forecast. And what we're doing is we're trying to increase our level of investments to achieve our proposed level of service by 2045. So there's a couple things that this bar graph is doing. So you'll see your capital costs in red, which is effectively based on your 10-year capital plan. This is looking at state of good repair assets, so non-growth related infrastructure. And if we assume that that level of investment will continue to go forward and obviously increase some inflationary measures, we're trying to, with the gold bars, add and progressively get to our proposed level of service requirements identified in the asset management plan. So you'll see that gold line toggling at the top, which is our proposed level of service that's identified in the AMP. And that's increasing as we go ahead, obviously with some new assets coming online, but also with just inflation that's occurring. The target is trying to get there by 2045. If we were to put into enforce an investment plan that's going to get to that proposed level of service immediately, we'll start to see a very different position in terms of our financial strategy and investment needs, and ultimately your tax levy. But we're trying to progressively get there, recognizing trying to maintain some affordability measures. So in order to kind of move to that long-term investment strategy and that capital investment, we are looking at trying to have a balancing act of increasing our tax-supported tax levy contributions while also increasing our debenture financing requirements to achieve those proposed level of service for tax-funded services. And you see here on the graph, it shows our total debt payments as effectively as a percentage of our overall annual repayment limits of our own source revenues. There's a requirement under the provincial regulations that we have to stay within or under the 25% own source revenue. So by no means are we getting up to that 25%, but we are seeing that we're increasing our debt financing use, and it starts to really kind of come up a little bit more towards the latter end of the period. So we hit about 12% of our own source revenues by the end, but it's still within, again, lower than the 25% requirement, and within the 10 to 15% benchmark range, which is kind of guiding some of our track in terms of our decision-making process here. And we'll get into the tail end of the presentation, some of the benchmarkings that shows what other municipalities are doing in terms of their actual debt levies and debt carrying capability. So keeping in mind the debt and our investment requirements, part of the story here is that if we were to try to get into our capital investment requirements, not increasing our investment needs and not increasing our infrastructure levy or investment in infrastructure, we would start to see our reserve funds really go into a negative position in the absence of any further changes. So as part of this process, we know that there is obviously an infrastructure gap that currently exists. In order to bridge that, we're looking at increasing, whether it's by way of a dedicated levy or building into your existing contributions, 1.5% infrastructure tax levy over that 20-year period in order to maintain that service level and achieve our targets. We have built into our model, assuming that there's continued grant funding, so your CCBF allocations, although I think they've just renamed that funding source, and your OSIF allocations is also included, recognizing that there's been some declining trend on your OSIF, and we tried to maintain that to be as realistic as possible in our financial forecast. The other key benchmark item that we're looking at is trying to maintain a positive reserve fund balance. We didn't really want to see, at least from a financial forecast perspective, your reserve funds go into a negative position. So we tried to maintain a positive and increasing balance going forward and trying to keep it as a percentage or relative value to your infrastructure, your replacement value of your infrastructure. So on the tax side, we have a projection of what those levy increases are needed in order to meet our proposed level of service. So the graph looks at the 5-year average tax levy increase, the 10-year, as well as the 20-year. And we see that overall, the long-term average increase on the tax levy is about 5.5% each year. And that's greater if we compare that to your historical 10-year average at about 4.5%. So recognizing that the levy increases do need to increase beyond what you've been doing in order to meet our long-term capital investment requirements. One of the things that I'd like to point out, though, is part of that is, built in and predicated on what your assessment growth is going to be. So we have our tax levy increase, now we have the tax rate increase after we've taken into account any assessment growth that can come in to offset what that number is. Obviously, the assessment growth is quite variable. That number could be higher or lower, but we've maintained around approximately 2% assessment growth throughout our planning horizon based on some of the projections outlined in your growth strategies. The level of investment in that 1.5% tax levy, infrastructure levy is, this is a largely capital-driven increased need that we're showing here. We do build in the operating costs, but we are living in a pretty uncertain economic times right now, where inflation has kind of taken hold in a lot of municipalities, and we've seen things kind of really snowball over the last couple of years. Thought we were getting into a little bit period of more stability on our inflation environment, but our neighbors and such are kind of throwing some economic volatility in our way. So things might change, so we haven't really priced in any market price changes, higher operating costs that could come around from tariffs, oil prices. Those are kind of external events that we haven't really accounted for in this model. That certainly is a dollar and a cost that the municipality will be required to absorb, but those are types of things that will continue to put fiscal pressure on your levies going forward. So that's on the tax supported side. On the utility rate side, I will just kind of cap off with maybe one slide on this particular side of things. Similar story in the sense that we're still requiring increases on the water and the wastewater utility rate side of things going forward. On the operating side, on the water and wastewater side, it's about just under a 6% increase in terms of your typical household bill. Part of the increase here, yes, it is capital driven, but just because of the relationship in terms of your two-tiered model in terms of water and wastewater supply and treatment delivery, a lot of your pressures continue to still be on the water purchasing requirements from the region of Niagara, so that is built into the model, but certainly the capital investment requirements are also built into that 6% increase. One thing that is slightly different on the utility rate side of things is we have not identified any new debt requirements here, so your capital investment needs built within the utility rates can fund and achieve our proposed level of services over the long term. So the tax levy side of things is really where the debt needs are driven in order to fund those costs, but we don't have any debt at least assumed here for the water and the wastewater infrastructure utility portion. So just to maybe cap off with some of the benchmarks and kind of some of the areas that are kind of guiding our decisions, and I talked a little bit about the increased use of debt in order to manage our state of good repair program, and it's really about the strategic use of debt and obviously making sure that we're using that debt for the proper infrastructure projects. But we do see the debt levels in the town of Fort Erie, which is on the lower end, and we have it compared to the range of what we see in the typical internal policy limits, as well as the ARL maximum provincial limit. So again, the province sets it at the maximum of 25% of own source revenues. When we see municipalities impose separate debt policies and debt management principles, we usually typically see their internal policy limits obviously set lower than the provincial maximum, but anywhere between the 10 to 15% range. The town's debt levels are quite low, well below the other traditional benchmark policies as well as the ARL and other municipalities. So there is latitude here to, and which is a good news story, you have the fiscal capacity in the room here to utilize debt as required in order to carry out any projects, particularly if something comes up which you need to leverage your debt capacity for to carry out, particularly any emergency room situation. So there is latitude there, and that's part of the reason why we picked between that 10 to 15% as part of our 20-year program in order to move you towards what we're seeing in other communities here. And then we look at some of the mid-range of tax and rate capital contributions relative to other jurisdictions. And this is a pretty high-level summary. The report itself has some additional kind of hard numbers in it, but generally speaking, the kind of graphs on the left part show your tax-funded services, on the right show your rate-funded services on your benchmark, and the first one being your asset management contributions relative to replacement value, which the town is kind of on the higher end or mid to high end in terms of those benchmark averages. Your asset management contributions relative to the tax levy, again, just outside the medium range into the higher end. So you're certainly in a pretty good fiscal position relative to others. And then on the rate-funded side, kind of putting yourselves more on the medium or medium to low range on those particular contributions itself. One thing I will note is, this is a benchmark exercise. It is quite difficult to exactly compare apples to apples on all these instances. This is about looking at how municipalities budget for their information, trying to tease out their capital investment strategies. So it is a budget-based approach. But this is a good indication of, at least qualitatively, where you would sit relative to other communities. And generally speaking, from what I'm seeing here, is that the municipality has been making investments, continue to improve on that year over year, and we hope that that trend certainly continues in order to meet your long-term objectives. So just in terms of capping off with some of the fiscal strategies here, the capital program that we've identified obviously would need to increase over time in terms of your capital contributions, capital investments and assets in order to meet that that proposed level of service. Consider implementing their dedicated infrastructure levy, or something that's combined with your current contribution levels of at least that 1.5% of your tax levy. That will help us over the 20-year period get to where we need to go in terms of our proposed level of service, recognizing that your investment strategy will continue to evolve each year with your capital capital budget and through your budget deliberations. Increasing your utilization of debt for financing critical infrastructure projects. Again, you're on the lower end of the spectrum. Think about perhaps increasing your debt usage in order to maintain that debt level within kind of that 7 to 15% of own source revenues. The municipality can look to introduce a separate policy in order to do and guide that as part of those decisions going forward. And then in terms of your asset management related reserves, obviously trying to maintain positive balances, consider increasing that level of your balance over the period, and consider kind of looking at specific targets. We've seen in other municipalities 1 to 3% of replacement values, whether it's for tax or rate funded services, but you can consider different benchmarks like that in order to help guide those decisions. So just as some key takeaways here, this is about a forward-looking plan, looking at the proposed level of services. The town's current levels of services are certainly adequate, and the intention as part of the 2024 and 25 AMPs is about maintaining and increasing those levels of services going forward. In order to do that, that plan identified an increased capital investment requirement. This is helping you try to get to that increased level of spending over the long term. In order to do that, this is about looking at all available tools. I mean, there's not many silver bullets a municipality has in order to carry out this level of investment, and your tax and utility rates, looking at all your grant funding opportunities are really those key priorities in order to do that. We've provided the municipality with a very detailed and robust, and at least in our view, financial strategy model that they can use as a tool to continue to test these fiscal strategies to meet those proposed levels of services going forward. So that does conclude my presentation. I apologize, I'm probably over the 10-minute allocation, but I'm happy to answer any questions the mayor or council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mirabel. Questions? Your worship?
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Mirabella. I'm presuming that the assumptions that you made when you did all of your calculations and came up with a strategy are conservative in nature.
That's correct.
And it seems to me that part of the problem that we have, and you can confirm this, is that we have a provincial government that doesn't recognize the frailty of the infrastructure in the municipalities, which are the entities that it is expecting will facilitate housing. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I mean, there are two distinct buckets. I mean, I don't think there's enough money that's being made available to manage good, true capital investment for repair and replacement of infrastructure. And then, but they're also trying to push the agenda forward on housing affordability, and obviously two competing priorities and two different funding sources for them as well.
Right. So if the provincial and federal governments decide to make greater financial contributions to municipal infrastructure, that has an impact on the calculations and the strategy that you've suggested?
Correct. So if there's additional monies for capital investment and R&R activities, repair and replacement, then that would certainly help offset or reduce some of the obligations that the municipality has. But at this time, there's no guaranteed funding source for them.
Right. And just one final question, if I might, Chair. In terms of water, wastewater, you've indicated that this is a two-tier system that we're in, and we're subject to the regional rate charges as they pass them on each and every year. Mm-hmm. Who operates that water, wastewater system also has an impact on what the long-term capital needs might be.
So through the chair, it would impact your purchasing requirements and obviously the charge per cubic meter that's levied to you. But your internal water and wastewater infrastructure requirements are still distinct from what the regional infrastructure requirements are. That being said, the charge that's charged to you for the purchasing needs does build in the region's capital investment needs as well. So if they get additional monies, that in theory should help alleviate some of the pressures that are downloaded to you.
Let me be a little clearer, my hypothetical. If the region or the municipality aren't operating the water system, that has an impact on our long-term financial needs.
Correct.
So, as an example, the province has authorized municipal water, wastewater service corporations. Mm-hmm. How that ends up could have an impact on this strategy and what the long-term needs of the municipality might be.
Potentially, yes.
It could go up if we were to take over the entire system.
Exactly, yes.
They could go down if everything is shifted to a different entity.
We don't know what the fiscal obligations are of the other entity, yes. But in theory, there could be changes to the strategy, for sure.
But if the water and wastewater infrastructure that we own was taken away and put into a separate entity over which we have no control, that reduces our long-term debt responsibility for that infrastructure, does it not?
Yes, you wouldn't necessarily be responsible for it, but someone would have to pay the...
I'm not advocating that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it should go the other way. Anyways, thank you.
Other questions? All right, seeing Mr. Mirabella, thank you very much for your presentation. And as well, Director Jansen, I know you have some teammates here this evening. Thank you for your leadership on this as well. That will bring us to the report, CS03 2026. Someone want to move that to get on the floor? Councillor Dubanow, thank you. Any comments? Oh, okay, surprise.
Last,
Your worship.
Yeah. This is a pretty sobering report, and we've got another one dealing with the roads, but roads are part of the asset management. The reality is that these are responsibilities that we have in terms of the infrastructure that we own. Part of our problem in Fort Erie is that we have a large geographic area with spread out infrastructure in various population nodes. I think that we need to, as we go forward, support any initiative that tries to get the province to create a new financial deal for municipalities. I know that's coming forward at Corporate Services at the Region next week, and that's something that AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, has also supported. And I think the Federation of Municipalities of Canada also has supported that in terms of the federal government. We need to do that. We also need to look at our infrastructure and how much new infrastructure we're creating, and that may have an impact on levels of service. So I think we need to be looking at that as well, because these types of increases are just not sustainable, whether it's over 20 years, over 10 years, over 30 years. It's really not sustainable for the population, but they're reliant upon the infrastructure that we deliver. And so we've got the conundrum where We have to have the resources to maintain that infrastructure. That infrastructure is fundamental for people to be able to do the things that they need to do in our communities, and we can't be competitive economically through our businesses or the businesses that we try to attract here unless we have that infrastructure. So it's a good cautionary tale for us, and it's something that we can utilize as we continue CAO to work with provincial ministries on the various aspects of our efforts to get them to understand what's going on here, what our needs are, which are reflective of the needs of most municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Other comments? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposition? That carries. Brings us to new business inquiries. Are there any additional ones other than the one that's on? All right, we'll move on to 11 point, just re-up here, thank you. 11.3. I believe, Your Worship, you have this?
I do. If I might proceed?
Absolutely.
I move, seconded by Councillor Dubanow. Whereas Canada is one of the oldest and most stable democracies in the world, and whereas Ontario is the most populous province in Canada, and whereas one of the hallmarks of a democracy is the right to elect its leaders by popular vote, and whereas another hallmark of democracy is the rule by the majority as exercised through elected representatives, and whereas the province of Ontario has introduced legislation, the Better Regional Governance Act 2026, that will alter governance in the regions of Durham, Halton, Muskoka, Niagara, Peel, Waterloo, and York, and Simcoe County. And whereas the Better Regional Governance Act 2026 proposes the appointment by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing of the chairs of those regional councils and the warden of Simcoe County. And whereas those unelected appointed regional chairs and county warden will also be given the power to veto decisions made by the popularly elected members of those councils, which represents a significant departure from established democratic practices and undermines both the right of residents to elect their leaders and the principle of majority rule. And whereas significant changes in local governance should be informed by evidence, financial analysis, sound justification, and public consultation, none of which has been the basis for the Better Regional Governance Act 2026, now therefore be it resolved. 1, that the Premier and Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing remove from the pending legislation any provision that grants to an appointed regional chair and county warden extraordinary, or in quotes, strong powers, including the power to veto decisions made by the majority of the popularly elected mayors or members of those regional or county councils. And 2, that the Premier and Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing ensure that any weighted voting process imposed on the Niagara Regional Council respects fair representation by population and ensures that every local municipality has a meaningful voice reflecting the geographic diversity of the region and the needs of both urban and rural communities. And 3, that the Premier and Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing reconsider appointing regional chairs and the Simcoe County Warden in favor of direct election by the residents or election by a majority of the members of the council which they represent. And 4, that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing consult the local municipalities in Niagara before establishing any weighted voting system in Niagara or proceeding with strong chair powers for the appointed chair in Niagara. And 5, that the mayor and town staff provide comments to the provincial government during the commenting period for the proposed Better Regional Governance Act 2026. And 6, that this resolution be circulated to the Honourable Premier Doug Ford, the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Rob Flagg, Niagara's 4 MPPs, the Niagara Region, all local area municipalities in Niagara, the regions of Durham, Halton, Muskoka, Peel, Waterloo, and York, and Simcoe County, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for support.
Thank you, Your Worship. You wish to speak to that? Any further?
I think it's all in there. It's how I feel, and it's what I think we should be supporting. I think it's important for us to push back. If we value our democracy, we need to push back. And so I'm asking all members of this council to support that.
I'm going to start with Councillor Christensen this time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much. I will certainly support this motion. I did want to make a couple of comments related to this. There's been a lot of discussion about efficiency, very little about effectiveness, but about efficiency in this entire discussion about amalgamation and change to the governance of a range of municipalities in this province, and particularly to the effective appointment of a CEO. It's a corporate structure. I've been working for or in or around municipal government and provincial government pretty well all my life, both as a child whose father was a politician and me working and now here. Best job I've ever had tonight. Maybe not every time. The fundamental difference between corporate governance and what we do here is that we, in fact, have shareholders who choose us as individuals, to whom we are accountable. We may not always make the decisions that every single individual that we represent agrees with, but we take into account the well-being and the best interests as best we can, because we're just ordinary. People accuse politicians of acting in self-interest. Yeah, we like the job. But we like the job for a whole bunch of reasons. And I think, and I can speak, for me, I am speaking on behalf of my colleagues here. Can't speak for every politician. But the best interests of the people in our community, we make the best weighted decisions. Sometimes we disagree, and we vote. And the majority, as when you elect us, the majority wins. But even if the majority wins, we have to represent the minority. So I really want to thank the mayor again. This speaks to a real fallacy that's grown up in the last, I don't know, many, many years, a number of decades, that corporate governance equates to democratic governance. There are many admirable qualities to corporate governance, because there are certain efficiencies they can do, because, you know, when you're trying to balance a whole range of interests and not just the one of the shareholder and the profit for the shareholder, it's a tough job, it's a difficult job, but it also means you have to take into account all of those interests that you're trying to mediate. Corporate governance, I guess the other side of it is that, yes, municipalities and other levels of government do have features that are very similar to, and if they're smart, they take the best aspects of corporate governance. I know in this province there has been a significant move to educate politicians. You know, most of us come from different fields. Not everybody's ever worked in government before. So the Association of Municipalities of Ontario has educated us on what our job is and how we do it and how we can do it better. So we are, and part of that is actually adopting some of the aspects of corporate governance. A direct example is the presentation we just heard around asset management. That is critical. For too many years, it wasn't understood. This town, I have to say, has been brilliant and has had brilliant leadership at staff and political levels in taking care of its infrastructure and looking forward so that it actually maintains infrastructure without bankrupting the community. So we can take the best of corporate governance, but we are still not the same as a corporation. As a private sector corporation, we have a unique feature, and I think the mayor has said it well and a lot more shorter than I have, but I really needed to say that.
We appreciate your passion. I wonder if Councillor Dubanow has the passion.
Well, Councillor Flagg, if anyone's gone onto my Facebook page and read my letters to Fort Erie residents on governance reform, as which there are several of them, I do have quite a bit of passion about this issue, and it is something that I think about quite often. I want to thank Mayor Redekop for giving me the opportunity to second this, because it is something I feel very strongly about. I am passionate about. If I wasn't so tired this evening, I might be standing up and waving my hands in the air to try and convey just how strongly I feel about this. So I want to preface by saying it always seems like a good idea on face. Always finds a way to get, for lack of a better word, screwed up by Queen's Park. And what I mean by this is, I think there was maybe not total consensus, but there were a lot of individuals in this region who felt that regional council needed to be reformed. There's a lot of concern about the place of regional governance. I, in particular, have some very strong feelings that have been informed by the last 8 years I've been on council that I didn't have before on regional governance. But I think for me, the most strikingly offensive aspect to this legislation, and I do use the word offensive intentionally, because anyone who believes that municipal government, even though it does not have the same constitutional right to exist in our confederation that the provincial and federal levels do, it is an integral portion of the government that we have in this country, and it serves a specific purpose. So anyone who feels this is important recognizes that this is a democratic system. This is not a system that is appointing and, picking friends and doing, party, whatever you want. I'll let anyone decide that what they want. So it strikes me, and this isn't even so much about Niagara. There were 3 regional municipalities in this province that had directly elected chairs that are having that stripped from them. And that's Waterloo Region, Halton Region, and Durham Region. They had directly elected chairs, and the province has taken that right away from them. We never had a directly elected chair. We were going to have one, and then the province took it away. And now those regional municipalities that did, and some have done them for a long time. Waterloo Region, it's been going on since the 1990s. They've lost that. So you're depriving democracy, you're taking that away from residents, and then, lo and behold, you're giving them strong chair power. Now, in a democratic system, the check to those powers is us. We have elections. We elect someone that we trust to exercise those powers or not exercise those powers in a way that reflects the will of the community. And if for whatever reason we as a community decide that those powers have been abused or not exercised in a way we agree with, we have the option to fire them at the next election. We lose that ability by an appointed position, bar none. And when you look at the weighing or the weighting metric, when you look at it based on current regional council composition, and when you look at the way strong chair or mayor powers are set up, which is that it takes 2/3 of a council to override a head of council veto, look at the composition of regional council right now, look at the votes. Look at where those votes are, and look at who can dictate the entire agenda of the regional municipality with a ideologically compatible chair. That should frighten every single resident in this region if the status quo with the current setup and the number of votes is allowed to continue. Now, since I'm Mr. Sunshine right now, talking about things that are so wonderful, I do truly want to talk about what we can do. We can look and try to turn this situation. It's not over. When I posted my last letter, I said this is not over. We still have dialogue with the province. We still have the ability to influence how the weighted voting is working. If the province is going to go to this in this direction, certainly, again, we have the right to fire elected leaders that we disagree with. That is a right we all have. It is something I certainly hope that when we consider those, however it may be, that informs us how we proceed. But we still have the ability, it's not over, we still have the ability to raise these concerns with Minister Flagg. I'm sure AMO will be very fun this year, with the regional municipalities being the core population of the province, relaying those concerns. But I'm telling you, this just, for someone who has always been idealistic about how politics should work, even if it doesn't. I just look at so many things now and I just say, what are we doing here? Like what? Anyway, like I said, it's been a long night. I am tired. I got more passionate there than I thought I would, but needless to say, the fight is not over. We have to continue ensuring that Fort Erie residents are well represented, and that, I don't know what we're gonna do, but you can bet we're gonna try. And I'll just say that to every resident who I've written those letters to. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Ditto to what she said, ditto to what he said, and thank you, Your Worship. But I'm just wondering, at the end of this motion, would it be possible to also add rural Ontario municipalities of Ontario? I know they're part of AMO, but I just think with some of the other municipalities being circulated, we may want to involve that group as well. But either way, I will be supporting this. They'll get it through AMO? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, good. I will call the question.
Recorded vote. Recorded vote, clerk. Before we go to recorded vote, Councillor McDermott.
Yeah, just for a second, Your Worship. Thank you for the motion. This whole thing over the past little while really gives politicians a bad name. It truly does. You figure the province of Ontario being in charge of all of us would be the leaders in trying to assist us in many things, but they don't. They mandate the region to do numerous things, but they're not interested in helping you pay for it. Just the way they are. They're basically, the municipalities are still going to have to be fighting the fight to stay alive, because this is far from over. And we're going to have 12 mayors and somebody that we don't even know, probably. And if we do know them, we probably haven't learned to appreciate them all that much. The thing that bothers me the most is, Premier Ford talks a lot about what Trump does. But typically, this is what he's doing now. He's taking our rights away. And if the municipalities go south, and we become part of a municipality like Niagara Falls, guess who's driving to Niagara Falls to make delegations? Either that or you're not going to do it. You're going to throw out the white flag and say, goodbye. Right? This is not the way we do business here in this country. I've never seen it like this before. It's probably the worst government. This is probably the worst government that I've seen yet. They didn't come out and make a mandate of this in the provincial election. They didn't come and make a mandate out of closing hospitals. They were putting $31 million into healthcare. They just weren't going to share the money here. So how in the hell can we trust Doug Ford to get this right? I just don't know. I hope this motion is a start, but I think, more trips to Queen's Park, diligently pressing the flesh at AMO and the conferences that we go to, and tell them how determined we are to keep our rights intact. So that's my comment. So thank you, Your Worship, for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Your Worship.
Yeah, Chair, in second thought, after Councillor Lewis raised adding and Rural Ontario Municipalities Association, I think we should do that because that will take in a lot of the municipalities that are in these various regions.
Okay, so we'll add Roma to that as well. And Mr. Clerk, I will leave it to you.
Councillor McDermott?
Yes.
Councillor Christensen?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Mayor Redekop?
Yes.
Councillor Flagg?
Yes.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yes.
That is approved.
Thank you. One more quick thing of new business.
Promise to be
Councillor
quick.
Lewis.
Mayor Redekop, at the beginning, you made reference to changes to the regional transit, and there are upcoming information sessions. I'm just wondering if it might be worth also encouraging them to do a webinar or a virtual that could be shared at a later date or used for other information purposes, but I just wanted to share that as a comment, and I meant to earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Anything else? Any questions on the business status report? Seeing none, Your Worship, I will turn the chair back to you and close this corporate and community.
Thank you very much,
services.
Councillor Flagg. And I noticed that the Director of Infrastructure Services was shaking his head, Councillor Lewis, and I presume that he will have someone follow up with that suggestion. Thank you. That takes us to planning and planning, business development services. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just let me find where I am in the agenda. Planning, Building, and Bylaw Services is now in session. We have a presentation this evening. The presentation is with Justine Giancola and Megan Reddy with respect to the community planning, permit system, and urban design guidelines.
Councillor Christensen, I'm wondering if we should do a motion to go beyond 10 p.m. to no later than 11 before we get to the 10 o'clock time frame?
Yes, so are you going to make that motion?
I will, but
Okay.
till 11.
Till 11. Okay, and do I need a seconder? Or? No? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. 11. Okay, go ahead.
with the site plan matters at the same time through a single application and single approval. It also has a shorter Planning Act timeline. So you mentioned about Planning Act timelines and needing to stick to those. You certainly do work within Planning Act timelines, and this is shortening it further, where a single application needs a 45-day decision, or there is a potential for appeal for non-decision. So let me get into a little bit more on the next slide of how the process works. So it does implement the official plan. It's a land use regulatory tool available to municipalities in the province. It's regulated under the Planning Act, but there is a separate OREG 173-16 for the policy buffs out there. And it does require that any development needs a permit unless otherwise exempt in the bylaw. I'm going to mention a little bit about what the definition of development is in a moment, but I want to outline that it doesn't replace, it sits under the official plan, so it replaces the zoning, site plan, and any minor variance process. It does not replace the need for a building permit. That is unimpacted and separate still. It also does not impact any need for a heritage permit. That is separate, or any subdivision or consent application, so anything related to change in title. On the next slide, I'll highlight a little bit more about what it can't do, and then some of the comparisons with your current system. So similar to zoning, you can't regulate you can only regulate use. You can't control anything inside a building through this tool. You can't go against provincial or federal laws, and you can't apply it retroactively. So development that exists, you need the ability to pick up legal non-conforming uses through this tool. Also, you can't, similar to there's been recent ERO posting about this as well, that you can't require development standards beyond the Ontario Building Code as a requirement. But there is an ability through this tool to incentivize different behaviors, so we're going to pick up on that kind of requirement versus incentive framework. The other things that I wanted to highlight is the broader definition of development. So under site plan, there's a definition of development that includes the things that you think about as development, and this is broader, where it also picks up vegetation removal and site alteration. So again, there was conversation earlier tonight about, these processes and when they happen, and people maybe not listening to town direction about vegetation removal. This process would cover multiple, given the broader definition of development, there's an ability to manage that broader process within this tool. There also, while site plan control does not apply to residential 10 units and under, this tool can apply to those development applications. I do like to asterisk that one, that the bylaw itself is appealable, and so if you add a whole bunch of new processes, you will hear it from the development community. So while I'm saying that you can control additional development, it is something that you want to look at strategically to say, if you're adding process under the guise of streamlining, am I really streamlining the process? So just, that's my little asterisk there. As mentioned, the approval time does significantly reduce the approval time, with the idea that it's a single application, single approval with a 45-day timeline. And then the other thing that's quite different is how public consultation and appeals are undertaken. So the intention is that in preparing the CPP bylaw, you're getting that community input up front and council input up front on what are the rules of development that we're going to stick with as a town going forward. And as you're doing that, you're looking at where are the things that we're going to require, and where is there potential flexibility in that implementation.
And through that exercise, then, the idea would be that if a development comes and works within those rules, the legislation does not require additional public notice nor additional public meetings if you work within the rules established. If you go beyond those rules, then you would still need an amendment to the bylaw, you still need notice requirements, and you still have public meetings similar to what you went through this evening for a zoning bylaw amendment. So that being said, while the legislation does not introduce any notice requirements, another asterisk I like to provide on that one is that as far as I know, every municipality that has used this tool has added some notice requirements for some level of applications. So while there's not a legislative requirement, many municipalities still choose to include notice and some level of engagement through that process. The other thing that's unique, and why don't you go ahead and click all of them, is that this, a community planning permit bylaw can outline classes of development and identify how different classes of development need to be accommodated through the application process, and also potentially what staff can make decisions on versus what needs to come to council. So on the screen, we have an example that is kind of a typical framework that a number of other municipalities have used, where a Class 1 application would include an application that meets all the requirements of the bylaw. So it's a use that is permitted, there's no variation needed, it meets all those requirements. Typically, that would be a staff approval within a community planning permit bylaw as part of a Class 1. A Class 2 application, and this is what, again, we would want council and community and stakeholder input on, typically allows some level of variation from a standard. So if you're getting into things like side yard setback, when would you want things to come to council and require council input? So why don't, you know what, actually I'm going to go right to Class 3 and come back to Class 2. So Class 3 needs to come to council, and this is you've gone beyond the Class 2 limit. You're beyond what staff have the ability in the bylaw to work with, and this requires a council approval. And the bylaw establishes what is that trigger, what is that threshold that staff can work through versus what needs to come back to council. And so that is part of that engagement is looking at where do you want staff to have some flexibility, perhaps as it relates to discretionary uses, which is a unique element of this tool, where a permitted use is permitted as of right, a discretionary use may be permitted subject to certain criteria or conditions. That might be something that you're comfortable with staff implementing. But you may indicate that additional building height, for example, is something that you want input on and you'd want to bring forward as a Class 3 application. And another critical, unique component of this is that right now, the minor variance process is done through Committee of Adjustments, and it's done through the 4 test of a minor variance, which is established by the province and used across the province. Through this tool, you can identify when a variation would be considered. So you can establish the criteria and what you want to consider as a community. You don't have to use the 4 tests of a minor variance. You can look at what are the things that matter to you as a local community that are essential when considering any variation. So it implements the OP all these classes. As mentioned, if you require an amendment, that's outside of any of these classes as well, so another thing to clarify. The bylaw itself establishes what are the standards, what level of variation might staff be able to work with, and when does something need to come to council versus going through an amendment process. So a community planning permit system, and especially in your strategic growth areas, can help establish a more streamlined and simplified process for council, staff, landowners, applicant, and the public, with the idea of pushing more development applications through to working within the rules you've established, making that process streamlined and more efficient, and hopefully reducing the number of applications that are coming in with the process where there is need for additional kind of extra steps and additional approvals. It also has the ability to look at a broader range of housing options through this tool, helping to implement your growth management strategies. It has the ability to encourage more compact and mixed-use built form there was a lot of talk about the need to plan for infrastructure and land use and transportation in a coordinated fashion. We think there's some unique abilities through this tool to do that as well, and provide clear direction as it relates to the natural environment system and looking at incentivizing sustainable design and low impact developments. So we'd be happy to chat about other thoughts that you have. Those specific kind of objectives came right out of your official plan, but would love to understand more about kind of what you're hoping to achieve through this tool. But before we open it up, we wanted to just mention about the design guidelines. So as Megan indicated, they would be town-wide. And as we know, there's a variety of shifts in terms of the ability for a municipality to help inform urban design. So one of the things that we think through using a community planning permit system can be really effective is looking at some of that flexibility that can be built into the tool and how to incentivize urban design, or even to codify certain elements of it, such as building step backs after a certain story. That sort of thing can be typical in a community planning permit bylaw. So there's an ability for us to look at this town-wide, but we would, given that you're going through a zoning bylaw amendment and CPP bylaw at the same time, we're looking at creative ways and innovative ways to actually say what elements of design would be best suited actually in your implementing bylaw versus what really is a guideline and should sit in corresponding guidance materials. And there were comments this evening about kind of the importance of public realm and sidewalks and issues around there. Again, we see some opportunities as it relates to that with this tool. And I'll pass it off to Megan to go through next steps.
So following tonight's meeting, our next steps in phase 1 are finalizing the background report, drafting the CPPS framework, so pulling together what we imagine the CPPS precincts will be, how we're going to convert those zones to CPPS areas, determining the guiding principles for the urban design guidelines, which we'd love to hear some more on that from you tonight, and meeting with the developer advisory group to make sure that we have the context specific to them in mind as we go forward with developing these draft documents. With that, I think we'll open it for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Then, no? Okay. Your Worship.
Yeah, I had, so in term right now, minor variances, what is a minor variance is determined by staff, and then it's funneled to the Committee of Adjustments, as you've mentioned. There are some occasions when what goes to the Committee of Adjustments, I personally think, are a little more than a minor variance. This process that you're talking about would give council greater control over that type of thing?
Yeah, so in preparing through you, the chair, in preparing the bylaw itself, you can establish what are the things that trigger a class 3 and come to council versus what can staff implement. So there's an ability to say, you determine it, like in the bylaw, what is the criteria that any variation needs to meet, and also when does an application need to come to council versus staff. So in having that conversation, the bylaw sets that out, and that would be what we'd be looking for council input on, absolutely.
And if I might share, in terms of the guidelines, design guidelines, you said that would apply across the municipality?
through the chair, the urban design guidelines, we've been asked to prepare them town-wide. There certainly are limitations for use outside of the strategic growth areas, recognizing the limitations in site plan control. But at the moment, we've been asked to look at them town-wide, and we're looking at how best to set them up to establish where a stick makes more sense versus a carrot.
So I'm hungry right now, please don't.
No food references.
Analogies to food. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I guess if no one else has, I have just one question, or a couple of questions probably. With respect to the urban design guidelines, one of my passions is ensuring that although we are intensifying development in the community, that we are making changes. As you've heard tonight, people have concerns. I think one of the ways that the introduction of change can be made less difficult is by having urban design that enables you to match different communities. Would this kind of process, and when you say town-wide, each of our neighborhoods in the town has different features. So Crystal Beach is noted for its cottagey thing. Ridgeway has more of the traditional red brick type of home, but it also has others. Is there that flexibility in creating a town-wide guideline to ensure that internally our very different communities are reflected?
Great question. Yeah, so definitely character areas and looking at different elements of the community and making sure that those unique character elements are preserved and enhanced as we go through additional development. Yeah, when we use the word townwide, I just mean geographically it would apply, the document would apply to the entire municipality, not that it would be one set of rules or standards or guidance that would apply consistently across a municipality.
That leads me into one of my other, I guess my other concern and just need for clarification. And partly it's related to the 45 days, but it's also related to the fact that we can introduce something and it may not quite work the way it was envisaged. What are the opportunities for modification? How difficult? How much do the principles become set in stone? Those sort of, I want my cake and eating it too. So, and then how does the 45 days, this sounds like, I know how hard our planning staff work. I know the amount of complexity and the, Councillor Lewis referred to the 28 changes in various pieces of planning legislation in the last 3 or 4 years. How does that work get done?
So maybe I'll start with this is a change management exercise. It will change the way you do your development applications internally, externally, and with the best of intentions, it won't be perfect. And so with any change management exercise, we always recommend having a look at it, a year or two in, and many of the municipalities that have used this tool for the first time bring forward a housekeeping amendment within the first year or two to make some tweaks. The goal is not to have every application have to come to council, or that, if you're not hitting your 45 days, you really want to look at why. Many of the municipalities have either started in a certain area, used it for a little bit of time, reviewed it, done some tweaks, and then continue to expand it to other areas as they've seen value in that. Some municipalities have gone municipality-wide right away, but within the first couple of years, they've done a review. One of the things I'll mention just there is that within the first 5 years, you need council resolution to do to receive an amendment application. That's not to say that the town can't do a review and do an amendment, especially a housekeeping amendment at any time. But there is this policy stability that comes with this tool, so that if a proponent, a developer-driven amendment were to come in within the first 5 years and council doesn't want to have to deal with it, you don't need to. They would require council resolution to see any amendment application. So that is an important element of this tool, recognizing there's a bunch of upfront work to put this into place. It is a change management exercise, and you want some policy stability so you're not getting kind of sideswiped within the first 5 years, if I can say it that way. Maybe to circle back on the 45 days. So a few elements that are really important within this. There is ability to require pre-consultation, and that process becomes really important to define, what are the need for a complete application, and what is that kind of quality what are the core critical components to confirm an application is complete. The other thing that's a unique element about this tool, so similar to site plan, you have the ability to make you can either refuse an application, you can approve an application, or you can approve with conditions attached, similar to site plan. One other unique aspect of this tool, we like to refer to it as provisional approval. It's an approval in principle, but you are saying these conditions are required to be met before the municipality is able to issue the permit. So you can, you're almost kind of looking at mapping out, what is a requirement for complete application, and then how do you support that development through the review process for the 45-day review or whatever that takes, and then what are the next steps to get to permit if you're not ready to get to permit immediately, and what are conditions attached before someone can go to building permit. So there are some additional opportunities through this tool to kind of work with the development community and continue to support project development outside of those 45 days review period.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
No other questions? Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Really interesting.
Thank you all.
So we have no other presentations, so we'll now go to reports. The first report is PBBS 12-2026, which is the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment recommendation report for 19 Derby Road, and Councillor Lewis has moved. So that report is on the floor for questions and comments. Your Worship.
Thank you, Chair. I've had some discussion with Councillor Lewis about this. I've had some discussion with the Director about this as well. I've got some concerns with respect to a number of aspects of this, including the flow of traffic, the parking issue, the size of some of the units. I appreciate the developer's intent to have affordable units, but I think that there are some modifications. I'm advised by the Director that her discussion, very brief discussion with the architect on this, suggests that there may be an opportunity for some modifications. And if that's the case, my intention would be to move to defer this to the regular council meeting at the end of the month, so there could be some further discussions about that possibility. I'm not going to make that motion yet in case there are others that want to speak to the report, but that's my intention, because I think there could be a better plan here.
Are there other people? Yes, Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, I'll wade into this one because it'd be strange if I did not. Just a couple of questions, and I agree with the comments the mayor has made, and I know there's been a number of people, Ms. Teasdale, Mr. Firetag, the Marlats, and Ms. Turner, who have waited a considerable amount of time for some of the discussion tonight. I did have a couple of questions, and it relates to, I agree with where the mayor's going, and if there's an opportunity to tweak this to better fit within the neighborhood, I think we should explore that. I don't see the developer here tonight or an agent on behalf of at any point in the evening, so I don't think, in my opinion, a 2-week opportunity to check in with the developer would certainly be too much to ask, especially since they're not here and haven't been here tonight to speak to any of the questions. I do have a question related to site plan approval, and I just wanted to clarify. I'm just trying to find it here. Are there opportunities, I guess, can staff confirm whether enhanced buffering such as mature tree plantings or additional screening can be secured through site plan agreement? And are there opportunities to revisit such things as window placements on balcony orientation that would further reduce some of the overlook concerns to some of the adjacent neighbors? And when I say adjacent, I'm speaking specifically to Ms. Turner's situation of being right next to this development. I'm wondering if we might be able to get an answer on how site plan control might be able to help with some of that.
Director. Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. Usually site plan is a process that would address the landscaping, buffering, fencing, etc. And that is delegated to staff. And so if council wishes to see this plan just to ensure that their comments and their issues are dealt with, staff would be happy to discuss that site plan and bring it back to council for approval.
And thank you. And just a couple of comments. I think the challenge in front of us on this and a couple of the applications that have been before us tonight is finding the right balance, respecting the existing neighborhood, while also making sure that we're planning for the future appropriately. At the same time, we have to recognize that our communities and the communities across Ontario, the mayor has mentioned this earlier tonight, are facing increased pressures to broaden the range of housing options, and this being one of them. And if this moves forward, I just want to make sure that site plan process can be used to the fullest extent to address buffering, design, drainage, and also construction impacts. But I'm going to leave it at that. I did have a whole list of questions, but I think I'd rather provide them to staff and maybe have those addressed when we come back, if the motion to defer for 2 weeks is successful tonight. And those are my only comments.
Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Councillor Lewis raised a good point and about site plan, and I'm wondering if we can formalize this, and I'm wondering if we can move, or I'd like to move that an amendment that the site plan be brought back to council for approval.
I'm going to move that we defer that as well to the 27th. Going to be dealt with. I mean, nothing's happening until the 27th, if it's deferred. Your intent will still be met.
Oh, your choice.
It's on the floor. I'm going to move that it be deferred.
Yeah, and if I may, Madam Chair, I see the concerns here. I'm just trying to keep the ball rolling and trying to figure out a way that we can address all these concerns here. I'm not in favor necessarily of deferring this if we have another means that we can use, which is basically the discussion about site plan and then have it come back. That would be my preference. That's why I wanted to move that. Because I'm not favorable of deferring. I don't think that's necessary at this point if we have another tool. You know what? Put it on the floor, and his worship, if he wants to move to defer that, and then we'll just go from there.
So put your motion on the floor. Okay.
And I'm going to move to defer that to April the 27th. And it's because there are some issues that go beyond just the site plan that the town staff and the developer need an opportunity to chat about. Something may come of it. something may not come of it. It doesn't prejudice your concerns about site plan control. Can still be addressed because on the 27th, this matter is going to be dealt with.
Are there any? Mhm. There's an amendment to the deferral.
No, there's an amendment to the report's recommendations. That's Councillor Dubanow's, and I've moved to defer that.
Okay, all right, okay, I will,
Just the deferral on your motion, your amendment.
okay. All those in favor of the deferral? That motion carries.
Okay, so now I'm moving to defer the report recommendations to April the 27th.
Okay, are there any? Okay, all those in favor of deferring to the 27th? Okay, all those opposed? That's carried. So it will be deferred to April the 27th. So our next report, PBBS 13-2026, extension of the draft plan of common elements condominium approval recommendation report for 019829 Walden Avenue, formerly part of 315 Garrison Road. Can I have a mover, please? Your Worship? Okay. So that report is now on the floor for comment, Your Worship.
Yeah, just a couple of things, and I spoke to the director about this earlier today. I thought that we had agreed that if there were going to be staff extensions, temporary extensions of draft plan approval, that we would be notified of that. I see in this particular report there were 2 extensions granted, one in December and one in March. And so I'd like to clarify that. I'd like to make sure that we are aware of these temporary extensions by staff. I understand why they're done. I just think that we should be made aware of that. Can we ask the director about that?
Ms. Dildwaria, can you speak to that?
Madam Chair, through you to His Worship, usually these extensions, we get the request for temporary extension because the draft plan is expiring within next 15 days, and sometimes we don't have the opportunity to bring the report back. But I completely understand council concerns. So moving forward, if council is okay, we can send an email out to council that we are doing a temporary extension. So they are aware of that. At the same time, we are giving that temporary extension to the applicant, and they are not losing on getting their draft plan expire.
Yeah, that's fine. I just think that we need to be made aware of it. I'm not suggesting that staff shouldn't be acting. The other comment that I wanted to make is this draft approval actually expired December the 12th, I think, in 2025. I'm agreeable to extending it for 2 years to December the 12th, 2027. And in view of the fact that apparently the developer is well on his way to getting these things done, I shouldn't think that would be a hardship. So I'd like to amend the date to December the 12th, 2027 for the extension, as opposed to March 12th, 2028.
So, right. So all those in favor of the, okay, opposed? That's carried. So the date will be amended. Any further comments or questions on this? I'll call the question on the report as amended and the recommendation as amended. All those in favor? All opposed? That's carried. The next PBBS 14-2026 extension of draft plan approval recommendation report for Crescent Park Estates 011-699, 011-700, 011-702, and 011-704 Shane Avenue, moved by Councillor Lewis. That report's on the floor for questions and comments. There being none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is the PBBS 17 2026 Town-Led Community Gardens. Your Worship, so the Mayor moved that, and on the floor for questions and comments. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think this is a great idea with the community gardens. I think there's a lot of benefit to having not just the initial one that's planned, but also potentially other ones around town. And we can leverage some of our municipal property for that. The only thing that I want to mention is that there have been some concerns raised by the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee. It's not that they aren't supportive of this. There's some concerns about the potential for vandalism. We've experienced it in that area in the past with the heritage features, and they're just concerned, more people. It has the ability to get more eyes on it, but it also could potentially bring more people there to damage things. And so I'm just thinking before we move forward, and those minutes will be or should be on the agenda for our regular council meeting later this month with respect to their comments. But I think going forward, I think we missed an opportunity to engage more fully with the committee on their thoughts, and sometimes even having the opportunity to go ahead of time, have that discussion, address those concerns can prevent pushback for something that people generally agree with. So my only comment to this, I'm going to support it, but I'm just hoping that we can go back and have some engagement with the committee to, ensure that all of their concerns are addressed before we move forward.
Just for clarity, Councillor Dubanow, are you referring, are there concerns site-specific? So, for example, if there were other community gardens in a field somewhere?
It's specific to the site, and it's just they raised concerns for potential vandalism and nefarious actions to the heritage attributes that are located close by. And I think we missed an opportunity to address them ahead of time, and perhaps to give some discussion, outline things that we're doing to prevent that from happening. And I just hope that we can go back to the committee, have that dialogue, and then if, find a way to resolve those concerns. I expressed to the committee, I said, I'm in favor of this, but I said I try to put my personal feelings aside because I'm also a committee member, and I'm the liaison with them to council to raise those concerns. And the chair of the Heritage Standing Committee, he was quite clear that they're in favor of this. I think it's a great idea. There are just some concerns related to that specific site that we need to address. And I just hope staff, I know staff will follow through on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your Worship.
Yeah, I want to thank the town staff that worked on this. I know Ms. Antonio is here. She spent a lot of time on this, a lot of energy, and I don't disagree with the idea of making sure that we've closed the loop on all discussions. These gardens have to be someplace where there's water. I would think that the fact that there's going to be some activity might actually discourage some of the potential for vandalism. I'm counting on the fire chief and his crew to make sure that the place is safe for all those who wish to pick tomatoes.
And they have water.
They have lots of water. This really checks a lot of boxes. I'm glad that it's moving forward. I'm glad that those who want to participate in this type of thing will now have that opportunity. I mean, it's fantastic. We all know how much food can be produced, how much fresh produce can come out of a small 10 by 15 or 15 by 15 foot little plot of land. And this will be very welcome, I'm sure, in the community. I look forward to opportunities to expand that. I think the program that they've put together is excellent, and I really like the idea of the public engagement and getting other organizations involved. So congratulations to staff on this. I'm obviously supportive.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too think it's a fantastic initiative that really brings our climate change action plan to life in a tangible way that I think our residents will see. But what stands out to me is the collaborative approach. COPE, the library, the town of Fort Erie, I mean, these are all good things. I just have one question. Will there be opportunities specifically targeted towards food insecure residents accessing plots or harvests in either this or future community gardens, or have we even gotten that far?
That to Ms. Antonio.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, through you, Madam Chair. We're starting this off as a pilot project, and we have reached out to neighboring municipalities for input on their community gardens. At the time, at this moment, our staffing resources are low to allocate towards a community garden, and it came down to a management and operation issue. Finding an overarching organization to oversee those gardens seemed like the best fit for us to really kick this off in 2026 and get this initiative going. There is a lot more oversight on a staff perspective when it comes to individual plots, a lot more management if those plots become overrun, if the individual plot, I guess, managers are not maintaining them. So to start, this was the approach we took and the policy framework we came up with, but obviously open to reevaluating the policy as, you know, this expands.
And if I may continue, I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing fairness as we move forward with this policy, but also I'm assuming there'll be regular updates to council in terms of how the pilot's working and...
Yes, regular updates to council and the 2-year time frame for each organization. The new expression of interest will go out to keep that fairness alive.
Perfect, thank you.
I just wanted to say, I was privileged to be at a workshop in Crystal Beach on last Saturday around food insecurity, and one of the attendees who works with the region raised the issue of community gardens, and it was very exciting to say there's a report on on Monday, and a representative of COPE was there, so she was able to really explain the advantages and the fact, for example, to your issue that COPE deals with people who are food insecure. So she was very, very excited about it. So yeah,
we're excited to work with them too.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Are there any other comments or questions? No. Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is PBBS 18-2026, amendments to the town's tree bylaw.
So moved.
Your worship. Okay. Questions and comments? Yes?
Yeah, I'm appreciative of these changes. I think that they make sense, and if it assists our enforcement efforts and it gets greater buy-in from the community members, I think that's fantastic. I had a question about the removal of paragraph 14.4 in the consolidated tree bylaw. Just want to make sure before this comes back to council in 2 weeks that 14.4 is actually covered by something else in paragraph 14. Otherwise, it needs to stay in, but I'll let the legal beagle sort that out for us. Don't need an answer tonight.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? Okay, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next report is PBBS 19-2026, the proposed lot maintenance bylaw. Can I get a mover? Oh, Councillor Flagg.
They're on the score sheet.
I'd like to be out there.
Yeah. Yes. So the reports, so questions and comments. Your worship.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that the manager of bylaw enforcement is here because I have serious misgivings about the rapidity with which we're moving. I understand that we're now into the grass growing season and the manager wants to make sure that when we start being inundated by calls, we've got a policy change that will deal with this. But I can't believe that someplace in Ontario, there's going to be an appeal of a decision made by a judge like this, because this makes no sense to me whatsoever. I would hope that if this passes, which I'm sure that it will, that we rely heavily upon the health and safety aspect of what we're trying to do in this community, because no one in Ontario should be unfamiliar with the rise of ticks as a result of climate change. Maybe that this past winter will have killed quite a few, but you know, I've heard people wanting to be involved in the cleanup in Fort Erie, expressing reluctance about going into the ditch because the grass is long and there are ticks. So, you know, I appreciate that people have the right of expression, but you know, everybody else has the right of being safe in our communities. So I would hope that things like the ticks, allergies, children who could be prone to these types of things will all be something that our bylaw enforcement people will take into account, because yeah, so it's great. You can express yourself by what your yard looks like and what's in your yard. I don't know what the next phase of that will be, but I think that there is a need for people to be considerate of others in the community other than just themselves. That's all I got to say.
Are there any other comments?
I'm just voting.
Okay, silly season. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So is there any new business or any inquiries? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering about reports from the SPCA. We received reports fairly frequently towards the middle of fall, and I think it's been about 6 months since we've received one, and I would just hope that maybe staff could follow up so that we can understand their activities at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. So the director will follow up with Mr. McCaffrey. So there has been a change in senior management. Yes, so and they have not yet, they have not made the hiring decision yet. So, and Councillor Noyes, were she here, would probably be able to speak more accurately, but I do know that. Okay, thank you. And with the business status report, are there any questions? There being none, I turn the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Christensen, and that takes us to infrastructure services. Is that you, Councillor Lewis?
The moment we've been waiting for. Yes, Your Worship. Call infrastructure services to order. There are no presentations or delegations. We do have one report, 10.2.1 IS 032025, Town of Fort Erie Roads Assessment and 3-Year Surfacing Program. Councillor Dubanow has moved it. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Just a quick comment. I noticed on the work plan for 2026 and 2027 that there were numerous little end roads that commonly fall into disrepair due to just lack of traveling, and it's very easy for the pavement quality to deteriorate. And as I went through the list today, I can tell you that there are residents who live on those short little roads, very small, 1 to 2 houses. They are very, very happy that White Avenue in particular is the one that I'm thinking of in Ward 2. Not a lot of residents, but they are municipal roads that do require maintenance. And I followed up with someone who's been, for lack of a better word, on me for this over the last little bit. And I think she was very happy this afternoon when I looked at the work plan. So that was my comment. Thank you very much to IS staff for this. And carry on as we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Any other questions or comments? I do have a couple of quick ones, and I'm just wondering if staff might be able to elaborate on how road priorities are determined with respect to fairness across the municipality, and the other being, how do we respond to residents who may feel that their roads are in worse conditions than what the rankings show? If there's any comments to maybe those 2 points.
Yeah, through the chair. So The road condition is based on the PCI index, which is an AI generated through a camera-mounted system. It's based on the distress manifestation index, coupled with the ride condition rating. Now, we don't base all our road resurfacing on that factor. We do have staff that go out and actually drive these roads and base it on the drivability of the roads, the surrounding road conditions, the volume of the traffic, and the fare distribution throughout the town. So if we were just to base it by the PCI, one area of the town would get focused on instead of spreading it out fairly throughout the entire town.
Thank you. And just one last question. Are short-term maintenance strategies used to address residential concerns of certain streets while they wait for full road construction or reconstruction?
Yeah, so we do look at maintenance of the roads too and how frequently we're maintaining them, as well as we're looking at the material of the roads within the urban boundary as well, and how frequently we're going out to grade roads and do stuff like that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from?
No, that was on the consent agenda. Thank you very much, Councillor Lewis. That takes us then to, closed session. Yep, we can do it. Motion to go into closed session, Councillor Dubanow. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. We have 11 minutes, folks. Okay, we're back in the council chamber, and Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for us to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself, seconded by, no. We don't need a seconder, right?
Nope.
We reconvene from closed session at 10:57 PM with staff to proceed as directed in closed session.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay, scheduling of meetings? All right, that means we get to adjourn. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd like to move that we adjourn at 10:57 PM.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried.
You voted against.